Here, Ethan's getting too emotional. Ethan could go for a kill shot here and point out that that argument is falling very, very in line with Jews pretending there's so much anti-Semitism. Point out the anti-Semitic trope. You could kill him, Ethan.
You accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Not only is there video footage of you,
My God, it's slaughtering him. Tonight, it's the battle of the contents, okay? Behind Hasan stands Frogan, stands Denims, stands Kira Chat, iDubbbz, Anissa, stands every Muslim, both religious and cultural, around the world. Behind Ethan stands the IDF. Ethan's gonna sweep. Okay, let's go.
if you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're gonna talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't
Hasan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected?
God, this is awkward.
Didn't seem to hit
Wait,
very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive
ground rules? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. And yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay. Good.
Of course, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow me in that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established.
Oh my God! Are they about to define what Zionism means? They're about to they're about to define what Zionism means. They're about to define what anti-Semitism means. They're about to define what terrorism means. They're about to define what Islamism means. Oh my God!
On a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
Okay, that's my list. That's my prediction. Okay, let's see. Let's see how many we hit.
Depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this.
Anti-Semitism.
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on one second.
No worries.
Anti-Semitism, Zionism, terrorism, Islamism.
All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not.
Okay,
I just want to get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is. And what you...
I knew it, man. I knew it. I swear to God, I knew it. Oh my God. Okay.
Mean by Zionism, and what I mean by Zionism
is a
next up, anti-Semitism.
Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and...
Hasan is talking about Zionism as in the historical movement. Ethan is defining Zionism as in like the ideological perspective. So they're both correct, right? You might quibble over Hasan's characterization of Zionism historically, but they're both valid. Just decide on one. Or just decide on two different terms that you can use. Fix my goal.
The ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir, how was filming that content? I just have to know what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
I told you. Ethan's going to want to talk about personal issues, and Hasan's going to want to talk purely about the politics.
Here, I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism, and let's do it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was
give and
fine.
take.
Did you not?
A little bit of give and take.
I participated in other YouTube videos as well. In the
no,
past.
But that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
by
Who was
a
interviewing you?
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I can't. I don't remember.
Is
Really?
that the
Oh, that's
is that the
convenient. I think you were embarrassed,
liberal
frankly.
mind in the MAGA body?
You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw
Wait,
him doing
why
that.
would I be-
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way,
No, I
I'm
don't
giving you
care.
credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it's
Not
Is
it
that
happens.
comedy?
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate
Yeah.
the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
so-
By the way, you believe
yeah,
that the
that's
likes
fine.
were botted on
Jesus
that.
Christ.
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The
I don't- I
dislikes
have
were
no idea.
botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I-
Exactly. Oh, these people are here for a debate and they're talking about completely different things. They have completely different interests. Hasan wants to hold Ethan to account for his fucking takes on Israel Palestine. And Ethan wants to talk about the fucking harassment shit.
I don't
care
recall
if-
saying this, but I don't know why
You
this
did
is a
say
major
it.
point of contention. All right, so you
No,
asked
no,
that
no, no,
question.
no, no,
Let's
no,
get back
no.
to some other
We're
definitions.
already
let me
fucking
finish, and then you can do
struggling.
your definition.
Okay.
Did you think it
Well,
was?
it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
Oh my
That's
god.
fine. I'll answer how you like. Do you?
I hope you know that, like, you know,
Just
I
shut
don't
the
know,
fuck up.
but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed
Okay,
him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe you should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Oh my
Wait,
god.
wait, wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes,
what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's
I think
content
that
cop.
seems
Correct.
pretty clear, yeah?
that's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about. I think it was more so about like your year-long
Oh my
conquest of
God.
deplatforming and also
Right. Well,
harassing.
90% of the clips were from the
Harassing
episode
a bunch of
entitled
pro-Palestine
"CPS Came to My
content
House" is on. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to call.
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
I think it's
I'm
completely
saying your
inappropriate
friend
to call
Hassan, you
CPS
made a
on
video
content
with,
creator you don't like.
did
I
a
don't know why
total
you're-
fucking
I don't know
hit
why you
job.
think I have
All right, go
any
ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
I don't have any like.
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I.
Whoa, this is a little bit historic, though. I mean, trying to put it at Hasan's feet is maybe like, you know, inappropriate. I could see that 100%. But Hasan should just be like open to like engage with it. He should have expected this to be discussed. He should know how he wants to discuss it. But he has to like stall and like falter and go like, "What? You're asking me You're asking me for my thoughts about the. You should have known he wants to talk about this. No? Did he do any prep for this? Oh my god.
And I have talked privately about
Hassan,
this.
I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when
on.
we had a
You-
podcast.
I don't-
No, what do you mean? You
I
brought this
don't-
up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know
Let
what
me
you're
say my piece.
saying. We've all
You
been
brought it up.
harassed. The internet
Let
is
me bring-
tough.
let me
Whatever,
say
yada
my
yada.
piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so
Please.
boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know
Go
who else
ahead.
also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow,
and
I
let
have.
me
Jeez, I mean that's a little bit of a low blow. Oh my. Okay.
Wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both
Seems
content
like
creators.
it's a common complaint.
We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay, sometimes by the same people. Ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private
been a
before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I know
unacceptable.
you're
because I
against
am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not
things that
even
happen to you
interesting.
in this regard. I would never in a million years
Okay,
advocate
ask
for
me a
that sort of
question.
thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very
and
good.
I don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you. Do you
I
think
mean,
it's
yeah, he is. He's trying to divert it as if. Is it again? He's saying I think it's inappropriate that you like lay it at my floor, and he's saying I've made it clear my position. Yeah, but Ethan is maybe gesturing at that with his question. That's not the direct implication of what he's asking, though.
okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called "CPS Got Called on Me" and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Bro. Okay, sure, ask me a
making
question.
editorial. Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it. Okay, not if you made it. It's pretty. pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been
I
all
don't-
right.
I don't
It would
know
have been
why this is a
all right.
major point of contention
Oh
for you.
my
I thought we were going to talk about
God.
Israel Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask
I
me
know,
a
but
question.
you having problems with my character.
Hassan, ask me a question or I'm gonna move on to the next
From
topic
you
here.
asking me about iDubbbz's editorial.
Why doesn't? Oh my god, dude! Why just move on? Yes, just go along with the conversation. He's trying to. I feel like he's trying to intentionally sandbag it because he's not uncomfortable with the kind of line of questioning that it has, where he wants to like burn out this line of questioning to make it uninteresting. So then, the majority of the talk that they have can be about, Israel Palestine, and he wants to basically bog down. It's like, seems super weird you're asking me this. Like, I don't want to talk about this. Like, are we here to talk about this? Just to make it kind of like almost toxic to go back to, or make it so the conversation can't go back to it.
Editorial decisions in his content, Cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the...
Hasan thinks genocide is awesome. Just when I thought he couldn't get any worse.
With numerous human rights organizations, the UN...
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you for saying that.
I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on. Do I think my coverage?
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian
perspective. It's already kind of ubiquitous.
I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around...
I was going to tell you why.
It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look good that Ethan's trying to answer. Just let him finish at least let him finish the answer before you jump in. Because it looks like Hasan is like maybe afraid of where he wants to, where everything wants to go. I mean, obviously, Hasan doesn't like where everything's going with the question. It's not exactly what he intended to. He doesn't think it's a valid response. But, oh my God.
I do want to
personal vendettas that you have experienced from pro-Palestinian content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika.
Oh, no! Oh, Ethan. This is a misstep from Ethan, and Hasan looks kind of like, oh my God. He looks like it was intentional. It looks like it was intentional because he's laughing at it.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
Oh yeah.
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah. It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward.
Yeah. Of course, you're conceding that because we fished this up. But yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again.
Gently? Oh my God. I don't know if this might look good to Hasan's audience, but it doesn't look good to Ethan's or anyone who supports Ethan. He just seems like he's talking down to him and patronizing him. Now, you might think this is a stupid argument, but either way, he's not trying to convince anybody. It is just like self-effacedly, like just condescending.
It's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Because it's like a Japanese
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody.
Ethan's representing the weakest form of his argument. But he's been gaslit. He's been gaslit by Nicholas Fiorio to think that it's actually like a swastika dog whistle sword. Oh my god, no.
You made a video. Let me make a
dog
point here,
whistling
Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority
This is
groups.
true.
Right?
This
So
is
you
true.
made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish
Oh
my
my
point.
God,
No,
dude.
stop.
Can I
You are
just
making
say-
a video
can I just
accusing a
ask you
Jewish
again?
man of exaggerating anti-Semitism.
Hasan knew Ethan would focus on the sword. I don't know. He said he wasn't even there when they like picked them out. So, you know, ultimately, Ethan should probably go down the basis of like how the sword even got like into the fucking video, right? Microaggressions, lol. I mean, he's kind of using Hasan's own shit against him, right? I don't know, but ultimately, it's Hasan's sword, it's Hasan's room, but Hasan's claiming that he wasn't there. It's difficult to navigate where it's going to go, right? Or know where it's
While
going to...
exhibiting the most hateful
where to
symbol
go with
against
the,
Jewish people. Do you
conversation.
not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Oh my fucking god, dude. He doesn't look good. He doesn't look good here. There's no way. He should just engage with it. He should just engage with it. Ethan is not going to come out looking good because he's playing Hasan's game. No, he is going to come out looking good because of the blunder that Hasan's doing in reacting to this. He's just being like super condescending. Oh my god.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you
What?
to.
Well, you
I
should
need
try
you to
listening
answer
instead of
something.
speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a
I'm
scenario.
waving that shit around.
Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Ethan's represented his argument in the best way here. Even though I think it's a losing argument. He's prepared for this.
I mean, it's
I don't think
it's
it's
a little
has.
insane.
So
yes.
yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your
made
sword,
this
bro. I don't
decision,
believe that you
and
weren't
I'm
there.
not iDubbbz.
You were
and
there, bro.
I
It's in
don't
your
know
fucking
how
house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because
why
it's
I
your
deserve
house
that.
and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is. And that is that
It was just
it's
a
most
cosmic
likely because
chance.
I
Okay.
previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I don't.
I
think,
know
right?
it's in your
Am I
room
even
though,
in
and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry,
I am
Hasan.
not
Are you
iDubbbz.
unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're
it's
telling
what
a
you
Jewish
are
man who's
perceiving.
complaining about a very odd point.
No! Why is Ethan being so gay about it? Oh no!
So
Instance
can I
that I'm crazy and I'm
just go over the
exaggerating.
manji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got
Listen
me.
to
I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating
No, that's not what
anti-Semitism.
I'm saying.
You
I
got
didn't
me.
do that.
Yes, you did.
Ethan,
You literally did.
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh
But
about
again,
it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
Then
I
why
don't
should
think-
you leave
Oh no! He's now Hasan's using the worst argument. It's not a swastika. It's not going to fly right with anybody. Oh my god!
you have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew.
He's too emotional. I don't think so. Yeah, he is getting heated. But it actually plays to his argument here. It plays to his argument. He's talking about, you made a video about a Jewish man trying to say that he, didn't care about anti-Semitism, and you kind of chose to use this sword. It works because it shows that he's like personally aggrieved to it. It actually matters to him. This isn't a bad faith thing that he's like slinging at Hasan, which is how it could come across. Him getting emotional works in his favor because he sounds earnest. He sounds like he actually cares about this. And Hasan being dismissive and condescending just seems like Hasan isn't taking his feelings seriously, which plays perfectly into Ethan's argument.
One on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
I didn't realize.
Is
the
anyone in
Nazis
that
only
room
killed
Jewish?
Jews. Is
Was
that
anyone
what
in that
happened?
room? Did I draw
Do the Nazis
swastika
only kill
one
Jews,
time
Ethan?
on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, dude. Who was the most affected by the Nazi regime? It's just going to be the question. Do you think Jews have a unique? Oh my! What is he saying, man?
A Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
I mean, engage with it and then do it. Oh.
Okay. So you think that...
What about Slavs? No. Look at the Jewish population of Germany and Poland, like beforehand, and then, you know, see how many they killed, right? There is, frankly, no group, except for maybe, I don't know, out and open homosexuals. Maybe? I'd have to see the numbers. That you could argue take more of, like, nobody was killed proportionally more than the fucking Jews, okay? That's the end of it. What about Slavs? What about Slavs? Most of them were off in Russia, completely fucking safe. The only reason why Slavs were killed is because Russia got in the mix. Now, to be fair, they got in it for moral reasons, okay? They got in it for moral reasons. But it was still a choice. They weren't hounded down. They didn't hide in fucking, like, basements and fucking, like, what is it called? Fucking, like, what's a basement but, like, on top of the house? An attic.
Being able to draw the swastika, your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see
oh my god! I mean, Hasan can't say this. This would be a good argument, but Hasan can't say this. He's got to weave the line on this argument that, well, technically, it's not a swastika. It's an Asian symbol, and despite the fact that he has, like, how many clips describing it as the swastika sword? Oh my god.
Swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika.
On the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, cool. A tasteless joke on IDubbbz shirt 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad. I
referred to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika.
Oh, no. Ethan, why is this the point to give the concession? Why is this the point to give the concession?
But it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika...
it's not a swastika, but it is a swastika. Ethan, no. Ethan, what are you doing? Oh, two retards fighting. Yes, two retards fighting.
And that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck no, they know that looks like a swastika.
That's the problem. Oh my god.
Your sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it's a cosmic fluke.
Do you think do you think that only Hindu people have bleed swords? Like, what's going on?
Oh my god. Well, obviously no. The question is, this is even though it has like significance to other cultures, you can ask those cultures, or you're asking people of those cultures in America, would you walk around with this symbol? And they're going to say no. That people might think it's a swastika. That's his point. Oh my god.
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword.
The Palestine thing, what the fuck? Why is he wearing that? It's just a fucking virtue signal, innit? But it was the same thing that IDubbbz was wearing in the video. Now, personally, I don't know. This might be something that Hasan wears a lot. I feel like it's maybe harkening back, but I could be wrong.
Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it was a mistake,
person
he could have
who I
deleted
am
it.
not. I'm not him.
Go ahead,
I
ask
don't
me-
know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next
iDubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was going on.
I'm not
in his
accusing you of being
mind.
iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well,
That's not a value judgment. That's just a personal insult. Okay.
Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next
Yes.
question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
the
have
so-
a
if you
problem
could
with
go
Okay,
back-
you.
here, Ethan's getting too emotional. It doesn't serve his argument here, and he just sounds he sounds crazy. He sounds way too emotionally invested in it. Oh my god, fucking hell!
You're being crazy
If-
right now.
if-
You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think?
No, it does. Obviously, it does. Oh, what? What does he? Is he wrong, or do I misunderstand his point? Is he wrong, or does he misunderstand his point? I think he might just be wrong.
Going back, that it was a mistake to use that sword.
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where
I
you're at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead,
I
and ask
don't
me a
care.
question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission?
I think you said regional actors. Regional actors is important there. Regional actors. I think Ethan has said that IDF installations would be valid military targets for Palestine. But I don't think he's going to say like, oh yeah, Iran can just go in there and like slaughter Jews. They don't have like warrant to do that, even though they're like a regional actor.
That you would consider to be appropriate, because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree with
disagree.
you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next
So
one.
what
Let me ask
about
you
when
the top
Israel-
tier,
Wait, hold on,
tier
hold on.
list.
I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I
Oh
answered.
my god, Ethan has like planned this out. They've got fundamentally. Oh my god, Ethan has got particular issues and particular topics that he wants to go one by one and talk about. Hasan has got like a dialogue tree that he wants to run down. So he's like got 20 questions to fill the same time that Ethan would want to with like one broad topic to discuss. It's just, Hasan's not going to do well here. Hasan's not going to do well unless he can ask for a little bit more time.
Go ahead. You could
Okay.
go on a little bit more.
Yeah, and then Ethan's giving him that.
So hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
My
audio.
audio
right.
keeps going up and down.
Oh, he's
Okay.
still got fucking tech issues.
So, one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered From the River to the Sea
Ethan's answers are simple and basic. Yeah, I mean, but that's good. Yeah, that serves Ethan 110%. Like he keeps himself focused. You can have an answer by Ethan. It's straight to the point, and then boom, you can recall what he says after. It's really, really hard to recall what Hasan said after all through this, and his answers haven't really hit.
Palestine will be free to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to
Can they not use emancipatory? Or should they go to jail? Is Hasan just trying to like score W's as he goes along? And like, oh my god, Ethan conceded on so much. Has Ethan supported the deportation of that fucking like pro-Palestine guy?
Jail under the Trump administration.
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
Question is what's happening
Bro,
right now.
do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Whoa, that's a big pivot. That's a big pivot. Oh man, Ethan isn't engaging with it.
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's
is,
what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
I mean, I feel like Ethan's bringing in another pro-Palestinian or a pro-Palestinian advocate who's gonna say that it's anti-Semitic and that activists shouldn't use it.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
This is not going to be a gotcha moment for you because I know
this has been consistent from Norm Finkelstein as well. This is going to be consistent. He's gone to campuses and said to students the exact same thing. This isn't a new thing for him.
I know Norm's position.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
He's also transphobic.
Watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But
so it's nuanced and understandable.
Ethan is prepared for this. Hasan is not. Hasan does not prepare for his debates. He thinks he can just go in there and like wing it. I bet he's prepared his dialogue tree. Ethan's prepared like whole clips.
With Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on.
The video
as well.
Be free.
Oh my god! Why is he still interrupting? He's just introducing it to the audience, obviously.
I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on.
The video
as well.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity.
Because he got up and walked away from his computer.
When you say from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the chair react.
to the sea, Palestine will be free, obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I'm not. It's not even my opinion.
I have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's...
That's not true. That's not true. He goes to campuses and tells people not to use it. Do you think Hasan will do the worm in this debate? Okay.
When have I opposed
it? He doesn't say it is extermination.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me.
Is this another Jew that... I mean, this is going to be the question. He spoke to Sam Seder. Is that not enough? Does he need to speak to another Jew now who's in support of Palestine? That's going to be the question, obviously. Oh my God. Stop telling him to speak to Jewish people.
Like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it
you said
didn't
was
happen.
that-
You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move
Mm-hmm.
on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm
now,
does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm
going
to talk to Norm.
productive.
We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke,
go
and now
ahead.
it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on, you said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that.
Oh my god, Hasan's trying to like. This is kind of weird, man. This is kind of weird what you're doing right now, man. And he's got valid fucking points to make. Hasan has got valid points to make. Ethan isn't as educated on Israel-Palestine as Hasan is. Ultimately, right? You might like Ethan, you might like his perspective, right? Hasan just talks about this more. He knows a lot more about like the day-to-day politics, the minutiae of kind of the events leading up. Ethan's lived in Israel, Hasan hasn't. Obviously, as a Jew, this is like, something that is quite important to him and his like identity, right? So I'm sure that Ethan knows a lot more than the average American. But Hasan has got a legitimate perspective, and he fucks himself by being so like, It's like, oh my god, this is so fucking weird, bro. You're trying to focus on this instead of like talking about, but yeah, I'm going to talk about this. Hasan, I don't know if I like the Ethan thing where he's like, the issue is your behavior. That seems a little soy.
Is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think?
I can care about two things, my friend.
Incredibly narrow framework
very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hasan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
please let me ask a question.
Almost all of your
Yes, very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you
Wait,
claimed
it's his
on.
show,
Can you
yeah.
answer that question?
No,
Does
Hasan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're gonna let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
No, he's doing it again. This isn't him. This isn't him. This is this isn't the tactic he's deciding to use. This is just who he is, I guess.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this.
Who got deplatformed? Who got deplatformed? Twitch decided that they were going to ban. Was it Frogan? Did they ban Denims as well for a little bit? But nobody got deplatformed. That's
Egged on by
excessive.
yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good. Let me ask
identical
you a
to the
question.
Cracker Band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me
Comparing
follow up
it
with
to the
this. Have you seen the
Cracker Band.
thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes,
thumbnail.
that's what I said. This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this.
This
Hasan.
is Ethan's hobby
Here's
horse.
Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa,
I'm
answer the
walk you through this
question.
again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you can't
Rogan.
make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I
this
think
is
it's great
so-
you don't
this
care.
is-
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because
both
he's also
Jewish.
a
Because
he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
Jewish?
most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100%, without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like,
Oh,
I don't
he's
know
still
why
harping
fucking
on-
Frogan made this.
Hopping on the comments about Ethan being insane only feeds into like Ethan's like he's already primed his audience to like recognize that and to think that that's like super like fucked up or whatever. It's not gonna fucking work. Ethan has to ask if he would disavow Frogan if it turned out that Frogan was anti-Semitic. I think he's just easily gonna say yes. I don't think that's even gonna be. Hasan might falter on that and might kind of measle mouth on it, but I don't think so.
thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
Hasan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, let's first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did.
You
He
called him
definitely
a
deserved
token
it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
It's Hasan now trying to like outsoy him. I don't know if this works. I don't know if this works.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Is the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro.
what they
called
can
a
do.
rabbi
But
ticket.
this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say that the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything,
Can
but
you
that's
tell
not
me-
true.
wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog
He
shit.
can say whatever he wants. I'm not
Oh, so he
criticizing.
can,
By the
but
way,
you're
I'm not
gonna-
you
you're gonna
think
call
that
him a
my
token Jew
criticism
for
is that
that.
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on, what are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
Ooh,
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that.
I'm 100% sure.
It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it
lying.
has been on that official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
I think he's wrong there. But it's going to be hard to tell. So I don't know.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though I
said
love
you know
Diet
what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
Because I think it's like
you remember
not
what you told
that
her, son?
significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
We all know what BDS
Okay.
stands for.
It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody
It's dark,
knows the
it's
connotations
terrible.
of Sabra hummus,
It's
right?
so- it's
Nobody.
so doo-doo.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't like
doo-doo
Sabra
hummus.
hummus either. We're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is
okay, great. So
anti-Semitism
okay.
perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
Go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan.
I know it's.
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
Who can say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch
Is it
of
going to be
people
the white
both
slope? tier
Ben
list.
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the
non-Jewish
F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I
right?
know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit?
I mean,
hair?
to prove that, no, don't move to the armpit hair, Ethan. No, Ethan, stay on the point. Obviously, to tell whether anybody has any kind of bigotry is always going to be an inference. You're never going to be able to prove that somebody's bigoted or holds bigoted opinions. Or at the most, what you can prove is they make comments which offend people. They make comments that offend a particular group. They've considered their language poorly. That's all you can fucking argue. But we're going to move on to fucking armpit hair.
Hair? So crazy.
Hasan keeps acting like Frogan isn't within his pack of goblins. I mean, yeah. And I think to anyone who kind of knows about it, it doesn't really work. But the narrative is going to be like, oh my god, Ethan kept on like trying to get Hasan to answer for Frogan's like crimes or whatever. I mean, he's defending it. He's defending it and then saying I'm not Frogan. Where it's like, which one is it? Is it good and okay, or you can't answer because you're not Frogan?
Cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note,
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every
Yeah,
now and
and
then.
you're so. Oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah,
What's
I know, it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm
There's
sure.
So why do you think there's a
so
Jewish
this is a
man in
cosmic
the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
Hasan brings up a good point at the very last moment. He's clearly hasn't prepared for this. He's probably getting this argument from chat. Otherwise, he would have brought it up immediately. Oh man.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents
The
that
Jewish
even
man
come
is
across as
crazy.
remotely
He sees
anti-Semitic,
anti-Semitism
and you're having a
everywhere.
really hard time.
These
You
are
want
just
my answer?
cosmic
You want my perspective? I'm
mistakes.
telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, okay? At a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively
Right-wing conservatives. Ethan, we should team up. We should team up, Ethan. Ethan, why are you going against me, Ethan? There are righties. There are righties, Ethan. We could be fighting them together.
talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion. You have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
You
wearing
can't catch anybody dead to rights, you fucking moron. Oh my god. I mean, okay. I guess the question to ask Hasan then would be, do you think, if you had to compare them, like relative to their size, like how much anti-Semitism comes out the far left? How much anti-Semitism comes out the right? Out of conservatives in general. Conservatives in America love Jews and love Israel. If anything, if bigotry is going to be seen by conservatives on this issue, it's going to be against Muslims. It's not going to be seen against Jews until you get to the very, very far right. Arguably the fringe right.
Sure,
Yeah, you want to go
I
deep
hate
right.
Jews, but
It
they're walking
seems to
around
me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing
you-
tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying, I hate Jewish people.
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting
them
really silly
to
and
be-
obtuse.
Oh, it's really condescending as well to like keep on saying like, Ethan, hear me, honey. Ethan, listen to me. Ethan, baby. Man.
Right now, the
Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually.
I don't know if oh my god, dude. I don't know if anti-Semitism is a major fixture of American politics. I don't know if that is even true to say, but
I do think that
Hasan's going too far to the left.
Has exploded in popularity in American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. You're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a stretch.
Once again,
he wishes that they were anti-Semitic. That's feeding into. I mean, if Ethan could go for a kill shot here and point out that argument is falling very, very in line with Jews pretending there's so much anti-Semitism. Just to be like, just to self-victimize. Ethan could go for the kill shot here, but he's not gonna think of the argument, I don't think.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Stop with the value judgment thing. Like, you can't make a decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw, I'm not them. I mean, it's...
I mean, I don't know why. You're asking me what their genuine decision-making is.
Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic?
Best friend, he's using the term best friend.
You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love
I don't think you're going to like the answer.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticism.
Yeah, Hasan could have gone in the best friendship, but to be fair, that would be a side point. Oh my God, but he's restating it again. Is Ethan going to go for the argument now?
Against Israel.
This is
if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of
How
this.
can something be very clearly not a dog whistle? I don't know. I mean, obviously Hasan's doing it for his point, but I feel like he should concede a little bit of ground. Maybe? Am I off on that? I feel like Hasan should at least concede a little bit of ground and say, I understand why you would think this, but Are you anti-Semitic? Yes.
Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
And now this is the important thing that Hasan wants to harp onto. When Ethan wants to talk about personal issues or personal gripes that he has with Hasan, that's invalid. But now Hasan wants to talk about his Theo Von fucking interview.
On podcast experience where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation. Including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on.
Ethan's going to have it all lined up, dude. What I found very
strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Bam.
Do you think...
You hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan.
I think he was on a vibe.
As your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one? And if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti... Well, let me finish.
Let's move on from Trogan.
Yeah, he did.
No.
You asked me.
You asked me 2 questions
This looks so bad.
together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic?
This part is unhinged from Ethan. Is it? He's obviously going to be particularly sensitive to that. I don't think Hasan's anti-Semitic. I think that's a huge reach. I think he's wrong, but I don't think it's unhinged. I can see how he's got there, you know? It's not like he's unhinged from reality. How does he think this? How can he possibly think this? There's a connection there, but it's not strong enough.
Talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright... Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your form of
yesterday, I think.
anti-Semitism
Oh my
is
God.
way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always everything.
Can you
And by the way,
point to-
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Ethan,
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
Let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is
that.
a
Let's-
sign of mental sanity.
Oh my
we'll have time
God. He's got to stop hitting the fucking mental health line. I don't know if it looks good. It feels weird. I personally don't like it. Does it play? I think it plays well with Hasan's audience, but it absolutely plays fucking awfully with Ethan's. This is already, oh my God, he's already spoken about this, how weird this is and how how gross he finds it. Oh my God, he keeps on returning to it though. I don't
Pull
know
the
why.
audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look, going back to the Theo Vaughn situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right?
This is not a debate. By internet terms, yes it is. It's an internet debate.
Yesterday, you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said, I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation
Yes.
that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accuse me of not.
That it won't, is it?
You accuse me of not mentioning that Theo Vaughn did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because, no, I said
of what
I
you
didn't
just
say.
made.
Bro,
the
you
clip. I
literally
said
look
in
like
your
the dude from
Instagram
Beetlejuice. That's
story.
crazy. The
On your
small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you
Small
posted. I don't
head
watch
guy,
your
Beetlejuice.
stream
No,
that much. I don't.
no.
You know, I don't. I only
In the
see
waiting
like
room.
bits and pieces of
Bro,
it.
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. That's. You are a comedian.
I sure am.
It's an angry man venting. No, dude, okay. Unfortunately on this point you can't help. You have to admit that Ethan is just kind of funny. It is the same coat. It's the same coat and it plays good with an established rule, an established meme about Ethan. Or established meme about Hasan.
Damn, buddy. I see you laughing. All right, anyway. So you accuse me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry
I saw
about
you
that
got
one
banned.
day.
I saw you just got back.
Yeah, Libs at TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate
No, Ethan's misunderstood. He's jumped the gun with this clip. Hasan was saying that Ethan said that Theo Vaughn never asked him or challenged him on his position about like his anti-Semitism, right? And now Ethan has misconstrued that as something about his point about Rick Scott. But he's jumped the gun probably because he's got this clip prepared from before, and he's like just been a bit trigger happy because he's got the clip.
Wait, why are you showing me this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, but or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right, thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on
It
my
sure
end.
does, buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was and
it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was
He's asking Ethan's. I mean, maybe that's fair. Maybe that's fair. Ethan does have a benefit in this, insofar as like the producer who's managing like the on-screen visuals does work for Ethan, and so if Ethan wants to, pull something up, he can ask his producer to. But Hasan doesn't have a producer to be able to, pull stuff like that up for him. So maybe it's fair.
Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more?
I mean, Ethan is just going to say yes.
Damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens
yes.
On anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You did. You
went back and forth.
I have actually went back and checked.
You on it.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked. You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Hasan has used this defense in the past. He can't impugn Ethan for it. Yeah, saying like, well, I didn't say that you were like an anti-Semite. I didn't say you were a racist. I didn't call you a misogynist. I just said you were spreading anti-Semitism. I said you were spreading misogyny. You were spreading, right? Like when I don't know if Hasan has called Ethan Islamophobic or saying that he spreads Islamophobia. Oh no, actually. What's the whole thing about I can't stop my chat from calling you racist if you're saying things that they've heard racists say? I mean, not quite the same, but offhand, that's the only direct instance that I can reference. But he's used this argument before himself.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with?
Wait, was he arguing with his chat then? Who the fuck is he referencing?
Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn.
Okay.
Can I ask you a
You're
question?
spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person?
Oh my god, Hasan's community is not happy with him either. He's getting fucking tilted by his chat. Why is he reading his chat during this? Well, he's getting fucking arguments from this. Is this not live? Yes, it is. I'm fucking sniping it, okay?
Person you disagree with of working with the ADL.
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
You're saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
you're
a
getting ahead of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
that's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree.
Well,
Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you.
Who is this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is the guy who came up when Ethan was in the car, right? He's like a Hasan and a Sneeko fan. You wouldn't think that these people exist, but they do, I guess.
You remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
Hold on.
No,
you brought this dude
up. It doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Save
Why
it.
Why did you make it seem like that
Hasan,
person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
Ethan, can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like
that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use? Wait.
All right, Hasan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it. I've got it.
Approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry, bro.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're my hero, bro.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
Look gay now.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why.
Because wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
it's not called derailing. When I'm telling you, I was there, and I'm telling you.
No, Hasan is Hasan is freaking out and soying out because he thinks that Ethan is accusing him of being his fan. Well, he has actually said it. He said it kind of tangentially. And this is kind of one of Hasan's hobby horses that he wants to then talk about. But Ethan is bringing it up to say that this guy said this in an anti-Semitic way. This is in fact used in an anti-Semitic way.
Situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person.
Nefariously? Chat, would you describe Ethan as a kind of a nefarious person? I don't think I would. I know I've got people from a lot of kind of perspectives. People got their own ideas about things, you know. Would you describe Ethan as a nefarious? No, okay, let's stop this.
Is a massive
fan
of mine.
Play the clip
he was
again?
just trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know, fuck.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Yo,
I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay.
Hasan sounds like super fucking like scared of this. He has to wait until the end and then ask the question. Otherwise, it just seems like he's afraid to answer to this.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
I'm
so sweaty, bro. There.
I'm
so sweaty.
And he's in the chat
I
right
mean,
now.
you might not believe it, but yeah, there is crossover between Ethan and Hasan.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
Hasan Sneeko crossover? Lol. That makes no sense. They're both anti-Israeli. If you're an anti-Semite and you hate Israel, you're gonna love Sneeko. He's gonna give you all the Jewish conspiracies. Oh yeah. He's gonna give you all the Kabbalah. He's gonna give you all the stuff about pernicious financial interests, right? And pro-Muslim, yeah. And then, if you dislike Israel and support Palestine, and then you want to know the day-to-day ongoings and want to hear how evil Israel is day-to-day, you can go and check out Hasan's content, and he's going to give that to you, right? Not saying that they're both like equally anti-Semitic. I don't think Hasan's anti-Semitic. I think Sneeko is anti-Semitic. But just to say, yes, there is a crossover, right? You're thinking of the idealized, like, kind of the stereotype of a Hasan fan and a stereotype of a Sneeko fan, and thinking these people aren't the same at all. But that's not how like audiences work, and in fact, there is crossover.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he
claims that he's a fan
I feel like we're running in circles. But I'll play the clip again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview for his podcast, for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move
now
on.
You don't
do you
care.
want to talk about this for 2 hours? Or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden.
That was a huge fucking misstep from Ethan. You should just say like, "Oh, I don't care. I don't care." No, fucking stand on the point. or just say like we're going around in circles at this point. You've got to say that. You can't say you don't care. It sounds like you're like weaseling out of like conceding on the argument.
You look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who stalked you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in, I believe, in, in one of your videos.
I lied about him being a fan.
Of mine,
no,
and I was sending harassment your way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example of.
Do you see my side of this though?
I think
like
no, you're being dishonest.
A random sneako, a random.
Oh my god, Hasan can't ask for this charity after calling Ethan fucking insane for pointing out what he seemingly believes to be anti-Semitism. Can you see my side of this? Can you see my side of this? That sounds like, oh my god, he's like, obviously he's trying to extend an olive branch to like ask for like, can you at least understand where I'm coming from here? But he's given none of that to Ethan. And so he's got no right to really ask for that. And it just seems defensive. And like he's kind of like feels uneasy about this argument. He feels like it's a weak argument. Stop making ticks, Ethan. It's annoying. He does have Tourette's, to be fair. Okay? He does have Tourette's. I'm sure he'd stop if he wanted to.
Comes up to me.
A random Hasan fan comes up to you.
And you, wants the clout chase. And you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I implied.
Like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never.
Hold on. We're going. Oh, we are at normal speed. Okay.
Make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I implied.
Like that's appropriate?
I don't think
that's
even
a total
implied that,
lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a fan of mine was actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hasan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you
this is
talking about? Did you
send
him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you, and then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine?
Go ahead. When you're done,
I'll wait. Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way. Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No,
This is a tangential
seemingly you
point.
care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending him.
You're Ethan's staying on the point. You know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip?
That's how it seems.
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I sent you a clip.
I'm sorry, I'm just pissed off at Ethan because he's interrupting Hasan. I don't know about that. I think I'd have to go back and listen to it, but I feel like Hasan's statements, he's asking kind of short questions, and then Ethan is trying to give arguments. Ethan's trying to give responses to those like short questions because Hasan is trying to lead up to like yes, no, Israel, Palestine, Turkmenistan, it's Paris, right? He just wants like short answers. Ethan is giving longer answers, and then Hasan is jumping in to try and go to the next bit of the conversation that where he wants to take it, right? But then Ethan is then interrupting the interruption. I don't know. I feel like if you were to tot it up, I feel like Hasan is interrupted more.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
introduction
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey,
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
I know I look Jewish, but I'm Palestinian.
Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
They're not there.
We're just streaming.
It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast.
Okay.
And he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and
You're
goes,
not there.
"Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Yeah.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not
Fine,
a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
seems
please move on?
inconsequential.
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think, no. I think that guy.
Yeah.
That, I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the...
Oh, Hasan's quick on the take then. I don't think that's an outright lie, because that's a Frogan point as well. That's a commonly shared talking point on their side, which I think is totally fucking retarded. I'm fairly sure he just, like, atted them. Or he, like, made a big fuss about the Sabra hummus, or the Sabra tier list thing. And then the ADL caught wind of it and then, you know, kind of picked it up. But no, it's not true to say he worked with the ADL. And in fact, yeah, it's kind of dog whistly. It's kind of, I don't want to be soy, okay? A little bit dog whistly to imply a Jew is working with the ADL.
ADL?
Over it,
sorry. I worked with the ADL? What does that mean?
Yeah, as in, like, worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned? Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
You alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL.
So.
Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me
Steiny?
when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely
working alongside to the same end, happening to do the same thing. Or he's just kind of he's going to eat shit on this point. He's just going to eat shit on this point.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
look?
you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are
that's
prominent.
That's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have
I've
said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course,
he's biting the bullet on it. He's biting the bullet on it. Did they even talk about what they were debating before this started? Because it feels like two different conversations trying to happen at once. Yeah. They tried to hash it out in the beginning of the argument. They tried to hash out at the beginning of the argument. That's been a constant frustration throughout the entire thing. And in fact, I just want to say, okay, I don't know if you can I don't know if you can see the bulging veins, okay, of my the bulging veins of my enormous brain. I predicted this. I predicted this as soon as I heard about the debate, that this would be the key issue. They would want to have different conversations. 100% they'd want to have different conversations. Throbbing, you might say.
I work with the ADL.
For these bands.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
Okay, someone somewhere. Chill out, man.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that,
falsely
I got nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story.
No! Oh my god, he's calling it racist. I mean, he's going to stand on that, to be fair. But make a smaller claim. Make a smaller claim. Make a smaller claim.
Dipped. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $2 through Super Chat. I meant endeavoring concomitantly.
Concomitantly? You're impressing me. Endeavoring concomitantly means trying to attempt something, and at the same time, something else is happening or existing alongside it. Huh. You learn something new every day. Thank you for the $2, Nate.
Story independent of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
but it is.
Public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that
Hasan does. He said that. He didn't pick up on that. Ethan got distracted. Hasan does think that. Hasan's admitting that he is arguing that. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I missed the start. What was your opinion of Hasan saying he wasn't going to talk about the content cut or the tier list because it wasn't on his channel? No, it's fine for missing the start. It's fine. I know people like flood in and flood out. I think the problem is he's got to choose one or the other, right? He's got to choose one or the other. He's got to talk about it and then deal with it and maybe even disavow it, right? Or defend it. Or he can say, that's not on my channel, that's nothing to do with me. But he's talking about it somewhat, and then at some point kind of like dipping out and saying, but it's not me, okay? You need to talk to Frogan about that. I'm not Frogan, okay? I'm not iDubbbz. You realize that wasn't... Oh, it's a bad strategy. It's a bad strategy. And yeah. I think he was pretty strong on the sword point, though. But his optics were fucking awful.
we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't.
Okay,
think
you doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this.
No,
yes.
no. Wait, I'm going back. What did Hasan say? He changed his mind.
Into the ADL. So what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
look?
you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are a prominent.
That's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about
Hasan's changing the way he's describing it, but he does say that you're a big figure. Seems to be what he's saying. You're a big figure. You kind of directed them to do this by making such a big thing, but he's oh my god, he's stepping into the danger zone to make that point, right? Because he's owning the label and then giving it another meaning. And he's come out people are going to come away from this thinking that Hasan does think that Ethan was collaborating with the ADL. 100%. That's my prediction. That's going to be what people are going to run with after this. You're going to see it on Twitter. People are going to say Hasan admits that he does believe Ethan's working with the ADL. That's going to be the narrative after this.
story
That wasn't
independent
a
of me.
Panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's
Twitch
Frogan
has
repeating the same lie that you heard from
public
you.
pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't. I don't
okay,
think you
well, you doubled down on it.
He doesn't seem sure.
You believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then for Mr. Precise Words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
you're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
Huh?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you work
have
with
I
them?
ever taken
Are you affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered
for
with
an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident?
I mean, he might have, right? He might have taken credit for it, but then how does that connect him to the ADL? This is just an argument that Hasan's clearly got from his chat that doesn't have a direct connection to what they're talking about. It sounds good. It sounds good. Yeah. But he doesn't, he's just like, he's picked it up and thrown it at Ethan immediately without thinking about what line of attack he wants to like use it for.
Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Yeah. Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually
Ethan
not
shouldn't
like
be
your
trolling.
fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally
comparison,
targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
Please listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism.
Oh, I've battled the anti-Semites. I've got the scars. I've got the scars. Oh my.
Is like
the virtues
something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's not what you said.
In getting
you said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hasan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
Needs to hit. Actually, that's a really good argument.
What do you think the average person?
That's the Ethan is basically asking. Whatever you think you like meant by it, whatever your secret meaning was, it's like, well, what do people hear when you say that? Because a lot of what Ethan's going to try and harp on is that Hasan and his like cronies or whatever are like directing anti-Semitic like harassment towards him. This is the exact thing he needs to be hammering on more. What's the plain reading of those words? What does the average person perceive you to be saying?
Would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL.
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the
Hasan
bans
isn't
of Twitch
even
streamers,
engaging.
and then after they are banned, you say, "I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it." What would a normal, reasonable person infer
I was on the
from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No, because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites.
It's playing right into... Point out, Ethan, point out the anti-Semitic trope. Point out the anti-Semitic trope. You could kill him, Ethan. You could kill him right now. Point out the anti-Semitic trope, please.
He can
I'm
feel
so
comfortable
glad this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL? Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
Ooh. You took credit.
Did I
for
ever mention the
ban.
ADL, Hasan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Oh.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were. Frankly, if you have the thing, it was even
for the PewDiePie thing.
Did I ever?
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying, "I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it." You know who did that shit? The ADL did.
What?
You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
I
a
was
ridiculous,
being silly. I don't
stupid,
care. Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know?
Do I know who? Silly.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on.
Well, do I
then.
think
Now
I got
you're
them
being silly.
banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know. I think that
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call him
about it, and then
token,
the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time being a token, you're gonna get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Oh my God.
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right.
That's what he said, yeah.
Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
Okay.
I don't want to dox them.
You're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay. Very
I
good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, because they're not on the receiving end of an insane fucking harassment
I can have a more normal
campaign.
conversation with
Why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just
laugh
to recap
at all of this.
Just to recap here, so we can move on.
My Jews would laugh at you. My Zionist Jews would laugh at you, Zionist Jew. In a fight betwixt you, my Zionist Jews would beat you up. My Zionist Jews are stronger than you. My Zionist Jews would kill you.
I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm not
of your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan,
that.
is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back to
is
Israel
quick.
Palestine,
It's
please?
very quick.
Like you
I
see
just
the
want to put a
genocide.
cap on this. Just a cap.
Ethan is fucking raping him. Oh my God.
and making these
you're doing the
that
thing
I
that I'm
am
so
and
critical of you on.
partnering with like the ADL and
you says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things.
He's already answered this.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about. Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask. Let's ask the accused.
He's slaughtering him. Oh my god! How is the fucking Tourette's riddled fucking retard? Absolutely, he's just like. Oh my god, dude! The only genocide that I see is fucking Ethan killing Hasan here. Holy shit!
Their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case?
Do you think that
no, I don't. Well, fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
Do you think that the Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
Oh my god. Obviously, it's a joke, you fucking retard. And as he said, every time he's caught in a bind, he acts obtuse.
You're not. You're being obtuse
again. Then why are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right? Serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan.
I'm partnered with the ADL. Remember what you said.
You have in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have...
The word is bona fides.
What do you mean bona fides?
Talked about how you gave my fundraiser... What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did.
Wow, keep paying the context puke.
Further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to
they're talking about creators, not
yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question. So I claimed when talking about... Now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? Raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as
finish.
a virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably
Hold on 2 seconds.
Creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
That they are
kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind, like you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way, gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should.
I mean, here's the thing as well, right? If you have any sympathy towards Ethan in this moment, for getting emotional and for getting upset, I mean, Ethan is ticking out very clearly, and all you can hear when Ethan goes, presumably ticking out, is Hasan laughing at him.
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $2 through Super Chat. Lefties thrive on smarm and self-righteousness.
Very true. Yes, we do. Thank you for the $2 note. Insult me as much as you want, okay? Just so long as you pay me for it. Thank you.
Credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane.
Yeah.
But no, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi.
Yeah.
Oh, no way. Has he? Has he? That sounds very mean.
When making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism,
who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a clip
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
did I feature
I don't think it's that
context nuke, content nuke. Dude, he's fucking. Oh, he's so fucking pressed. He's missing up his terms. He misspoke. He misspoke. The Palestinian scarf is so ridiculous. Yeah.
Ridiculous of a fucking assertion to.
Also, yeah, Hasan says that none of this is relevant, and they should talk about the plight of the Palestinian people. But clearly, he's got this talking point ready to go because it feels like it favors him.
Make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah.
I think it's the Dan-Bullah, okay? I think it's the Dan-Bullah. Mounds and mounds of Dan-Bullah brigades have been sent to Dan Clancy on Twitter and call him a pedophile. Which I disavow, of course. I unironically do. That sounds sarcastic.
So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane.
No, I think you're doing enough
talked
to
about Destiny in my life.
I don't need to bring
that up. It's a really
up.
nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hasan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware of the condition? And
oh my god, Ethan's throwing it back, and it works. It unironically works.
Nate tipped $2 through Super Chat. None of my evidence is relevant. Hasan Piker 2025.
Yeah, he's kind of kneecapped his own argument. I think in formal debates, I think this would be described as like jackknifing somebody, right? If you disagree or kind of fuck up somebody's argument who's come before you, if you do like a parliamentary style debate where it's like, you've got three people on either side, if you say something that undermines somebody's argument before you, you're harming your own team. And so you're kind of like jackknifing them. Hasan is jackknifing himself. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, this so fucking works. At this point, how long have they been talking for? Like over an hour. And he's pointed out every time Hasan has done it. And so this is so fucking it's so fucking earned at this point. It just works. Even Hasan's audience, I would deny any of them to say that this seems petty.
Can help you get the help you need.
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true?
Technically, oh my god, he's going to go into this issue. It was not an IP ban. It was not an IP ban. It blocked new user signups. It was not a ban. It was not an IP ban. Oh, no. Oh. Hasan brings up the fucking Dan Saltman shit, and then Ethan does like a critical fucking misunderstanding of what the issue actually was. Which, to be fair, Dan Saltman made this mistake, and it caused misinformation to spread. You can ban IP ranges, yes, but they didn't. They didn't. Okay, here's the important thing: they didn't ban IPs from Israel. If you lived in Israel, you could still access Twitch. If you had an account in Israel, you could still use that account. What they blocked were new account signups from Israel on PC, not on mobile.
Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did it, but it's fine. Yeah.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan,
what,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to avoid Ethan? Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Literally unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man. I mean, the complaints that Hasan has are like totally, that is actually like schizophrenic shit about like Destiny's Destiny's community like brigading him and stuff. So far as I'm aware, if he was reaching into the J-Stalk stuff, if he was reaching into the Queeman stuff, he'd have a strong point, but he can't because he's talking about himself. Ugh. He's hitting on a good point for his own fan base, though. To be fair,
person to align with.
I'm not endorsing him.
Openly admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information.
Have you ever spoken to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here? Well, there you go.
I hit the Bad Empanada point, Ethan.
I'm speaking to one right now.
You talk to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Bring up Bad Empanada,
you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said I've spoken with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan should have hammered on that point more. Because Dan Saltman, whether he was the person who discovered it or not, he was absolutely the key figure who was driving home the Twitch, the ban on new signups from Israel. He was absolutely the person who pushed that. He started the advertiser campaign to email and contact Twitch's advertisers. He started the vast majority of the ball rolling on the social media campaign. He's just true. If you want to learn about that issue, there's nobody better to talk about it than like the main activist going after that, right? That was Dan Saltman's that was his hobby horse for like months. That was the only thing he did with his life for months.
Ethan, I don't think I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah.
Also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
Year and a half.
Oh my god. Ethan should point out that he's kind of being like detached and like floundering and trying to be distant now because he is in a corner. He has been saying this.
Everything I had said today, he.
Thank you, Abayo. Not true, but thank you. Ethan needs to hold him to this point. He absolutely has said that Hasan has said that Ethan is like friends collaborating with Destiny, and that's been spread amongst Hasan's community and Hasan's orbiters. So he's trying to impugn him with his own statements, and all Hasan can say is like, 2 years. I can't do his laugh, but you get the point.
To admit. But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
what have we disagreed on?
The December
what have we disagreed
on?
I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree on?
Disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem significant?
What you think is the major point of contention here?
Well, that's first of all, what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
Hasan's trying to slow down the conversation because, yeah, he does not do well in these like heated back and forths, whereas Ethan does because he's got like simple points that he wants to hammer home. Ethan has had this conversation 1,000,000 times.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay. That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of
Hasan denies systemic rapes.
You when you first encounter.
But then arguably, if he talks about that, Ethan can then flip the fucking script back on him and say, hey, you know, why are you denying that the rapes were systemic? Why is the point of focus on here when there's been like mass rapes happening during a terror attack where people were slaughtered? Why is your focus on whether they were systemic or not and denying the fact that they were systemic? Isn't that an interesting focus to have? That might be a point that he could hit back on that kind of flips Hasan's argument on his head and maybe like, you know, what would it be? Kind of diffuses that a little bit. But I don't know if is he going to pull that? Hopefully.
Statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
her
to
name
use
is Hila, by the way, Hasan. I don't know why you refer to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
It's a mudslinging match, but I like the mud, okay? I like the mud.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
Hasan,
initially understood the full context until Hila stopped you and said, no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer?
Right.
That's one.
Dude, I mean, being able to pick something up on this, like, it's like petty. Hasan should have just, like, sidestepped it or whatever. He sidestepped it because it was funny. He could have just said, like, okay, man, I'm just, like, you know, referring to it because it's easy. People might not know who Hila is. But he could address it like that, but instead, he says Hila's name, and it looks like Ethan is fucking dominating him.
Example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone
okay,
that,
this
Dan?
is probably what has Hasan prepared for this bit.
How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat.
You're losing, little bro. You know you're losing right now, little bro. Oh my god. Oh, this doesn't come off well. This doesn't come off well from Hasan. He seems like drastically overconfident.
That's the
I'll
most
be honest with you. I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan,
he's hitting the fucking insanity point again.
Crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean?
It's the perfect riposte.
Ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is...
Okay. Okay, the choice of argument is a 10 out of 10. Perfect riposte. Okay. The execution of the argument is a 4 out of 10 because the swastika stuff does not play well with his audience.
You are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the
Nor many people, to be honest. I do wonder as well if God, that's an excellent fucking pause frame. I do wonder as well if Diorio's coverage has hyped Ethan up to think that this is a good point and that this is going to play well with people broadly. I don't know if it is. I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all.
Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because
you just brought her into the conversation.
I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to.
Literally, your entire critique there was the fact that Ethan said something that you agree with, and then Hila interrupted to say something you disagree with.
You know, extend the lens of criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway,
Okay.
I don't know if
While
that
we're
hits.
waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Deny the
Well, okay.
violent rapes. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $5 through Super Chat. Did Ethan just say keep my wife's name in your fooling mouth?
Keep my wife's name in your fucking mouth. Thank you for the vibe, Nate.
That is way beyond the pale.
Hold on, I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one
God, he's walking away for a soda.
in captivity.
Cherry act.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you cherry act to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
No, I feel like he does that intentionally. No? Or maybe it's like, okay, there's a point in the conversation where he can go away and get a refreshment, maybe. I don't know. I feel like that's like a little bit of like a rhetorical thing, maybe. It feels like a little underhanded, and maybe it's a little bit insane to point out, but
There is one instance in
Did you put a
captivity.
Hamas
headband on me?
I sure did.
Oh my god, he hasn't. No way. Hasan has definitely watched the fucking content nuke.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over
That's
and over.
not true! The rapes have been verified! To say that hasn't been verified, that's fine. That's true. The systemic rapes has not been verified. Even in the UN report, they take specific time to say no. It doesn't seem to have been systemic. It's just heat of battle. Believe it or not, Hamas does not, take very strong care to make sure that their militants, fight within international laws of armed conflict. So yes, but no, they were not armed. They were not ordered to do mass rapes as a tactic of war. It's not systemic. But you can't say that not a single piece of that has been verified because systemic rape, the rape part has been verified.
Over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
You're
reaction.
giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to defend
No, I'm
itself.
not giggling.
You
I'm
sure
trying
are.
to- Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes
The
did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill. Find that odd.
As an
Probably
insult,
should
it
revise
does
that.
feel
I
very
don't know if that's
weird.
kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
Yeah, I'm
of
not
sexual
exactly
violence. and
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in
okay,
general.
so
but I don't really.
so you have no problem weaponizing.
What? So you're saying, yeah, bro. What can I say? I'm not like other leftists. I guess you could say I'm a progressive mind in a MAGA body. I'm not like the other boys. It's like, no, you're weaponizing mental health against people. Who gives a fuck if it's leftist or not? It's fucking like, it's unnecessary. And I'd say it's like, yeah, there's no need to do that. And in fact, it's like probably like beyond the pale, right? At least if you're like a Hasan guy, surely, I'd say it's fine. I get videos, I've got quite a few comments saying like, you shouldn't, especially on the cold job stuff, you shouldn't use autism as an insult, okay? You shouldn't use autism as an insult. It's not funny. It's not an insult, okay? It is. It is. It's just shorthand for somebody who doesn't have, like, you know, very good social awareness or can't interpret things that other people say. But me personally, I think calling people autistic is funny. Hasan won't even call people retarded or spurgs, but he's happy to use mental health as like a weapon. Yeah. Anyway, that's my entire thoughts on it. There we are.
Mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
Women and girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that
women
someone
and girls,
is
men and boys.
Wait, what?
Slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I mean, that's a fair point.
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar it didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar it didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean, it's pretty apt.
I mean, it's a joke.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. Putting it, yeah.
You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show the my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misread.
You did actually show my findings on the UN's findings. Okay.
Present continually that you fucking continually lie about the conclusion.
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN
preliminary report? Go ahead, you tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
Dude, Ethan wants to get in really quick to make sure that, like, yes, I don't think that's a good thing, but it sounds like he's being sarcastic.
The level of evidence.
It was an investigative report. I don't believe it was an investigative report. UN. I had a thing that let me. One sec. Let me pull this up. Okay. Let me pull this up. Give me 2 seconds. I've got music now. I've got a little bit of music specifically for Dead Air. Okay. I've got literally it's a folder on my computer called Dead Air Filler. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. So this is the report from the 4th of March. This is the report from the 4th of March. Based on the information gathered by the mission team from multiple and independent sources, there are reasonable grounds to believe conflict-related sexual violence occurred during the October 7th attacks in multiple locations across Gaza periphery, including rape and gang rape, in at least 3 locations. Across the various locations of the October 7th attacks, the mission team found that several fully naked or partially naked bodies from the waist down were recovered, mostly women, with hands tied and shot multiple times, often in the head. Although circumstantial, such a pattern of undressing and restraining of victims may be indicative of some form of sexual violence. I mean, is this it's not a full investigation to verify, but it feels. I didn't realize I'd heard about this. I didn't realize this was established by the UN report. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple independent sources at the different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including forms of rape and gang rape during the October 7th attacks.
I can't believe Dickers is here! Dickers!
Yeah, he's just wrong.
Nate has just tipped $10 through Super Chat. but not a waiting screen because your streaming Olympics would be special. In your streamer awards everyone gets a medal. Dickers, stop drooling. You can't bite your own ear.
Again, thank you, Nate, for the 10. Very, very generous. Yet again, a dono from Nate. Completely enigmatic. You've given us a lot to think about. Thank you.
In such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Okay.
Ethan is the one who brought this up.
In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah.
Well, I don't know if this is true, because he's talking about, like, do you not think the Israeli government lies? Do you not think the Israeli government lies? It's like, sure, I think every government probably lies at some point or another. You need to demonstrate that this is a lie. Obviously, if you've got an investigative team there, that's going to, be kind of like, that's going to be disruptive to your, like, war efforts, right? They're kind of going to get in the way, or they might need access to things, or they might need resources, or they might need to interview people, in Palestine, and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's not without basis. Does he think that Israel lied about the rapes? This is where he seems to be leading.
Spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7, taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that...
No, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
assault.
Mm-hmm.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
This seems to be biting around the edges to give like an implication, right? This seems to be biting around the edges to give an implication that you don't actually want to like deliver and like stand by. What this seems to be implying is that rapes didn't happen, and the Israeli military has taken actions to like, disrupt the investigation because they know if an investigation were to happen, they would find that no rapes had happened. But the rapes are like a great, premise on which to like wage a war. But he doesn't want to say that explicitly. But that seems to be what he's implying. It's very spineless. I don't know.
Credited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to.
Oh,
now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this
hallucinating?
Real quick. So credible circumstantial...
Oh shit, sorry now, I was in the middle of the point when you donated. I have waiting music, not a waiting screen. You pointing that out is enigmatic. Good one, Dickers. Not beating the retard allegations. What did you say in the last one, okay? But not a waiting screen, because your streaming Olympics would be special. Oh, I would be retarded and special. Okay. In your streamer Olympics, everyone gets a medal. Dickers, stop drooling. You can't bite your own ear. Oh, because I'm trying to... I understand. So I missed out there a key component where you were comparing me to a severely mentally disabled person. Also, I do have a waiting screen. There you are. So I feel like you just got debunked, actually. But there you are. Thank you very much to Abayu for getting us over the goal. Thank you.
Evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah,
Wait,
of course.
hold on.
No. So do you? No, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence.
No, you retard. Okay. Here's the question. Credible forensic evidence that form a reasonable belief that, you know, there were rapes and gang rapes. Why, when soldiers are prosecuting a war, right? When they're going in, fighting, killing people, shot through the head seems to make sense. But having their clothes completely stripped off them and their hands tied, sometimes it's not just their like shirt that's ripped off them. It's just their trousers or their pants, right? That is the credible circumstantial evidence. And Hasan here is relying on the colloquial understanding that, well, that's all just circumstantial evidence. Very rarely do we have direct evidence of any of this. And in fact, forensic evidence would also be circumstantial. Forensic evidence is just circumstantial evidence. He's acting like they're different. They aren't.
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits.
Prosecute.
Hasan needs rape kits.
Circumstantial evidence is
rape
not
kits are circumstantial evidence.
Enough.
Pixar didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli.
Would amount to probable cause in the US. Also, Hasan, would amount to probable cause in the US. It would probably amount to more than that. You wouldn't need many more. Obviously, to have a court find that a rape in fact happened. Okay. A factual finding of whether a rape occurred, I feel like that would be enough in most courts. That would be enough in most courts. I might be speaking out of turn on this, but obviously as soon as you start to talk about the criminal justice system, there has to be a proof beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody in particular, this particular person, did this rape, right? You can't arrest an entire army, right? You need to find out who did it.
Volunteers were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law.
I've heard about this.
I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that, well, obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence...
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how to debunk the counts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account, it's two accounts.
Whoa, it's two!
There's way more than two accounts. Hey, Hasan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, like, to victims that came out?
Yes.
I mean, it's like saying that people lied about being, you know, in the towers at 9/11, and then that questioning whether 9/11 happened. It's just, yeah, sure. Some people lied. Some people lied. Does that make us doubt the entire narrative? Well, no, unless you're fucking insane. Or a conspiracy theorist. Well, this is a conspiracy theory, to be fair. He's saying that the Israeli military and government is conspiring to have them taken away secretly in these body bags and having these people lie just for justification to support their war.
Yes.
As far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big.
Abayu, you're a disgusting freak.
Abby, you tipped $2 through Super Chat. I heard it was 6 million, maybe 30 million diekers.
I've heard even more than that, okay? I've heard even more than that. Thank you very much, Abayu.
Number 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution
it is, but
of
you
journalism
just,
at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent
Swastika
the debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of...
Yes, this is the point. This is the point. You can't prosecute people for this because you have to find a particular person who raped another particular person. This is not how this is ever fucking prosecuted. You will very, very rarely find evidence of a war crime that is committed and then be able to prosecute a particular soldier. This is why people are talking about systemic rapes. This is why the question of systemic rapes come about. It's very, very rare you're going to be able to prosecute a soldier. Very, very rare. Especially not with a militia like Hamas. Can you prosecute the leadership? Can you prosecute the organization? If you've got evidence that it's systemic, yes. That's where the entire conversation comes from.
Of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape.
Yeah.
If there are victims that have come forward.
If there's evidence, I'm not in the business of denying rape. But if there's evidence, yeah, but fucking hell.
In this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity. And it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza.
Okay.
None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this. But I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But
I'm not familiar with the exact
what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has
Sandberg. Okay.
Also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but
sexual harassment.
What the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote. that didn't even meet its own editorial standard.
Have they retracted it?
We're having this conversation.
Have they retracted it?
You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have no.
What is this point even meant to prove? What is he trying to prove with this argument? Okay. Israelis just love rape? This is just like an interpersonal crime. What has this got to do with the war?
Not seen you talk about that.
Jewish Jim Bros be raping, I guess.
Talk about a crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict.
Yeah.
Israel
oh my God. I love Ethan.
Something that
Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where
January
a
6th
bunch
style.
Of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? Why are you? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out.
The further he's going along this, his point seems to be that he does think that Israelis just love rape.
6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility.
He's just making them sound like
that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding?
Footage,
here's a victim
one that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from
also the rape, the so-called rape riot. I mean, it's you can definitely criticize it. It's literally kind of to put it in fair terms, it's in support essentially of torture, right? It's in support of torture. But the rape riot isn't in support of rape. It's basically saying that nothing should be off the table with these people, right? If you have to do some kind of insertions into people's anuses, or if you have to cut off people's balls that's the kind of sexual violence I think that's being used. And the riot was essentially was it a riot? It was more about protest. But that was more or less the kind of the thrust of that particular kind of movement.
I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom.
Although this is going to go widely against Hasan's point when he tries to argue that what Netanyahu is doing in this war is broadly unpopular amongst Jews. Or when he tries to point to, all of these Jews that hate Israel, even Israelis hate what Israel's doing. This is crazy what they're, right? It's going to be contradictory, but,
In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity.
Sorry, what statement are you asking? What are you trying to clarify?
Touching me and
yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Here's the clarification.
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity.
Yeah, you and me both, Ethan. What is the question? What is the question? Have I ever denied that rapes happened, at least according to one victim testament? Okay. Right. Okay.
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I knew
kind
exactly what he was
Ethan,
planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No.
I was
Listen to what she
utterly
has to say,
helpless.
Hassan.
When the
Ethan,
assault was over,
Hassan, don't
disagree with
silence
this.
her. Let
You
her fucking
literally
talk.
wasn't even
mentioned
allowed
me.
to
Don't
Because
silence
you're acting
her.
like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that
mentioning my
everybody's lying,
acknowledgement
that
in the
Israelis
video
are just
that you
inherently
played.
evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever
Ethan,
happened.
you
Listen to her.
acknowledged-
cry.
Ethan,
Oh,
to be
Hassan,
sad.
Listen to her
just kind of got
words.
to let him cook.
I had no one
Ethan-
to comfort me and was forced to act nice
Listen to
the
my
person who had just
words.
sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in the
some
most
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're
We were held
you're
in such
Show
inhuman
respect, bro.
conditions.
brother. That
no
is
person,
fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull the
such brutal
fucking
and
plug on
ruthless
this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Oh my god,
Now-
Hassan
You
is
really have
fucking
no problem
crashing
speaking
out,
over a
dude.
rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor
of
of Hamas on
militant.
October.
Well, yeah, this is the point. So Hamas is Hamas. Freudian slip. Hassan never denied that there was sexual assault in captivity. But this is talking about what? October 7th? Oh no, this lady's
That
talking about
no
captivity.
one ever got
Pardon me.
sexually
I understand
assaulted
now.
in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor
of
of
Hamas
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man
in the
who was
video
stripped naked
that
and
you
raped by
showed
Hamas on
from your
October 7th
context nuke,
has
in
revealed
the
for the
video
first
that
time
you showed
how he was spat
from
on
your
and
context
humiliated
nuke,
as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my words.
They touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts. They
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged.
Yeah, so just wait till the end and say, yes, I agree with this. My contention is about the October 7th rapes, not about rapes in captivity. Why bring up the fucking the Jewish lady who was raped by a fitness coach? Why bring up the fact that I don't know, people lied or like revoked their testimony? Why bring up the fucking the rape riot? Why bring any of this up? Just let him finish his argument, and then you can say, "Yeah, I agree that this happened. I believe this woman." But this is a swing and a miss from you, Ethan. This is nothing to do with that contention.
You posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it matter if fucking rapes
Listen,
happen on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were in
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh
or
yeah.
Ethan,
Are you
in the
denying
beginning,
that?
You said,
And each-
in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully
There's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous. I'm going to use my words very carefully
There's
here.
more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward.
Yeah.
So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold on,
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there
saying
was no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Yeah, Hassan is kind of showing his hand here. He doesn't think that there were like many. He doesn't think there were mass rapes on October 7th. Not even that it was like systemic. He doesn't believe there were mass rapes on October 7th.
As a
saying they
matter of
have to
fact,
have been on
looked at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
No, it's a swing and a miss.
What's with my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma
understand.
of the victim.
If there are
Ethan could have a slam dunk here because Hasan is saying that he doesn't think that mass rapes happened on October 7th quite clearly, and he can clarify that point and make that very, very clear for people. because I think Hasan does obfuscate this, the fact that this is what he believes.
Because you need your heroes. You know what?
Women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just let's just move on from this. This is a major point of falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence
you deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual violence in captivity
I just showed you two
that we know of up until this
just
point.
Showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you two.
You know that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've acknowledged
deny mass rapes happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Major Wendy tipped $2.99 through Super Chat. Hasan doing debates as destiny fades. Tiny raped.
I don't know about that. I feel like whatever point Hasan's making here, Destiny could probably make the argument better. Vosh could make the argument better. Most people could. Hasan is not very good at debates.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
well, there you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just showed you two.
There is evidence.
The clips that you used.
There is evidence, even in the fucking UN report that he cited. There's no evidence. The mission team found that several fully naked or partially naked bodies from the waist down were recovered, mostly women with hands tied and shot multiple times, often in the head. Although circumstantial, such a pattern of undressing and restraining of victims may be indicative of some form of sexual assault. I mean, there is evidence.
Ironically enough, the reason why I say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
And now he's fallen back on directed by Hamas, but that's not what he's been saying. That's not what because if that was the thing that he's disagreeing with, it would not make sense for him to say, "Give me names. Who? Give me names."
Told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from man.
I mean, this is the particular issue because Hasan's saying, "Give me names." Who? And he's asking for testimony. The meat of the evidence about this claim is the amount of people who were like found dead, kind of partially undressed.
Who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know
conclude,
the fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person was sexually assaulted.
You know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that article, and I don't know where that article is from.
Bro? I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah blah blah. 12. Sorry,
Ethan is doing a lot better at the political debating than I even thought that he would. I thought that he'd try and focus on the personal-based stuff. I didn't expect him to be so, like, I guess, prepared for this side of the argument. And Hasan has been very kind of wishy-washy on exactly what he believes. It does seem, I mean, whatever he genuinely believes, it definitely comes across as though he is denying rape.
Blah, blah, blah. But 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday. And
the only reason my caveat that is obviously, debates are not the best place to go to find out what people's actual opinions are, right?
First-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are they all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry, and one.
I thought Hasan would trounce him on the political stuff as well, but maybe it's because Hasan's slightly tilted from and thrown off kilter from how the argument's gone so far. But oh man,
who said he was raped? Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no...
Stop harping on the forensic examination point. This has already been addressed.
No hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
this is so exhausting,
that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article. I just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
What you have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead.
You can't prosecute for these kind of crimes. To establish that a crime has happened to somebody is a very, very, very different standard of evidence than proving that this man did the crime.
They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
Huh? What? What are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
You killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting you, just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this?
He's gaslighting you.
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. Because I just read 4 first.
Because the question I have for you, is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad.
Then turn him up. I think the problem is that Ethan has it as well, to be fair, but Hasan's setup, he doesn't use headphones. And so if he turns him up more, I think Ethan's audio is going to stop getting picked up by his microphone. So it's going to echo.
By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke. I don't care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars.
There have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with...
You're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $5 through Super Chat. He did say you lol. But Hasan, Israel is taping warrants and subpoenas to the tips of their ordinance. Suspects aren't showing up to trial.
He did say you lol. Yeah, maybe. But Hasan, Israel is taping warrants and subpoenas to the tips of their ordinance. Suspects aren't showing up to trial. That's a good point. Yeah, how the fuck are you supposed to prosecute somebody who lives in an area that, sure, you do have warrants for, but you're trying to kill those people. They're like enemy combatants. Even if you knew their names, their fucking eye color, you've got like their DNA, okay? You've got everything about you've got what they sound like on their fucking hair. Yeah, I know he's joking. I'm agreeing with him. They're trying to kill these fucking soldiers. Yeah. Suspects are only showing up to trial in a fucking body bag, dude.
With October 7th attacks on investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. She excludes here another explanation, says drop site news, that no rape...
And the wealth of the evidence that rapes did happen is the dead bodies. The only people you could have to, like, get direct testimony to are people who were, like, you know, raped and somehow weren't killed during a terrorist attack where the object was to kill people. The vast majority of the times that people are going to be raped, it's going to be they're raped because they're going to die anyway.
Rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for these victims
Pixar
in
didn't
Israel
happen.
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely
ruined.
Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hasan, are you listening?
You think
4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
you know what? You're right. You know what, Hasan? You're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying.
Let's
err on the side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
no,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
yes,
you,
are.
My confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of this shit happened. Were killed, and it's a religious.
Hasan dressing it as confusion as well is just like it's just an obvious attempt to get away from the strong position that he has. He's not confused. He's denying.
You got dick.
Not confused.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Major Wendy tipped $2.99 through Super Chat. Hamas can appear as burnt pieces of evidence.
Thank you, Wendy. Very true.
It's obvious. Most of this shit happened. Were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed. Which just
dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
Yeah, Ethan's given a plausible explanation for why they wouldn't.
Pixar didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these 4 accusers?
Or a third party,
how do you explain these 4
and conduct an investigation.
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
You got dicked. Okay,
I don't know.
You're getting too big for your
That's how you explain the 4 accusers. They did get
$5 through Super Chat. Wait, so there are victims of non-existent rapes? And you want justice for these victims, not against their Hamas perpetrators?
No, you've misunderstood, Nate. You've fundamentally misunderstood, okay? Hasan isn't looking for justice against the Hamas rapes. He's looking for justice against the Israeli fitness instructor rapes. Easy mistake to make. Easy mistake to make. Thank you for the 5.
No.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain
well,
the
let's err on the side of them lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess
we're at an impasse here. Listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
About
you're a propagandist and you fucking hate Israelis.
Ooh.
Can we move on, please?
What?
There's obviously an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is exhausting.
You have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes,
that was false.
Yep,
do you
admit
was false.
That? Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely
retard.
smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
I mean, he admitted it, guys. He admitted it.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can...
I mean, I don't like the engagement from Ethan there. I think you should probably make it more clear that, no, I don't think I did. But we're running this into the fucking ground.
Read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So, you can't see it?
Oh,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's the... It's just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And these are neo-Nazis in the background. These are neo-Nazis in their backyard.
Your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's
to
a
me
train that
is
is
what?
Oh, sorry. Not neo-Nazis. Pardon me. I've got the wrong film. Oh, these are just Nazis. Okay.
Likely inferred to be sending
this
Jews
is the
into
clip
the
you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean I want to watch it too. It's just
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip
the
from the
OG
critically
Nazis.
acclaimed
These are
content
OG.
cop. How's that working out?
I don't know about you, Wendy, okay? I don't know about you. I don't know if we have like fundamentally different value systems, okay? I would never refer to the Nazis and their disgusting actions that they perpetrated during their terrible reign over Germany as original gangster. There's nothing gangster about the Nazis, okay? Have a think about that. Well, except for like beating all those people up on the street, actually. They did a lot of that. Yeah, the brown shirts were... Yeah, I guess the brown shirts were pretty OG. Yeah, the brown shirts were pretty gangster. Yeah.
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
Talk to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah, I mean,
it's not that bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people.
The beats they were throwing. Okay, no more Nazi gangster discussion.
Some falsely and some for decent reasons wants to.
Do you want to look at the like ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend.
Oh no, Ethan, no.
Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Not Nicholas Eat Oreos. Not Nicholas Eat Oreos. Eat Oreos. Eat Oreos. No. 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 His own community's jabs used against him. Chud wins again. Maybe. Fucking hell. N-word lips reference. Fucking hell. He can't even get it right. He can't even get it right, dude. He's been calling it the context nuke for the entire time. And now he's calling him Nicholas Eats Oreos. It's Nicholas Deletes Oreos. Fucking hell.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike metric
let's watch
is not
it.
correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ.
You
Play the
got
fucking
dick.
clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came.
Bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $2 through Super Chat. That's Mr. Lips to your buddy.
That's Mr. Lips to your buddy. Mr. Lips to my buddy. Yeah, sorry. Actually, that's Don Lips. That's Don Lips to you, buddy boy, okay?
And did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on the leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire Creator Clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against
bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Bethy tipped £1.99 through Super Chat. The dog in the background is so over this crap.
That's true, dude. Oh my god. Hopefully the fucking dog's gone to bed. I mean, does a dog want to hear a puppy as well? Poor puppy.
iDubbbz. Play the.
Oh wait, is that dog fucking dead? I thought you were talking about AB's puppy we saw earlier. Has that dog moved throughout the entire thing, or is that like a taxidermy model? Is that dog alive? I know that he had a dog that died. Huh.
Guys,
how I see Israel. Because you're in the video. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
She's now talking
I'm
about
talking about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show...
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally...
Oh my god, the fucking little drop disc that Hasan had that. Yeah, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud. I don't think Ethan has, to be fair. Because I've seen this line of attack ever since the Creator Clash stuff kind of like disintegrated, right? I've seen this line of attack against like Ethan and like some commentary people that wow, you destroyed that charity event, little bro. Wow. You better feel really good about yourself. I don't think anything that any commentators have said have led to like the end of Creator Clash. I think it was iDubbbz's choice to make the content cop that's caused it, if anything. No? Like Harley, he's made it quite clear that that's the reason. And even in terms of the girl from Ethan's show, AB's wife. I don't give a fuck. I'm misogynistic. AB's wife. She dropped out of Lena. That's the one. She dropped out of Creator Clash because of the ongoing drama, and apparently she was worried about getting booed or something like that. Ethan made it very, very clear to her, at least so far as we know in public, right? He made it very, very clear to her that she could still fight if she wanted to. He didn't want to put any pressure on her, which, I think credit to him. He could have leveraged that as a way to like get one of the fights cancelled, right? He could have leveraged that if he wanted to, but you might say it's optics driven. You might say whatever. To me, I don't think Ethan is a very optics driven person. I think in terms of optics, he's a bit of a retard. I think he's just generally a little bit of a nice guy, especially towards his employees.
Really say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza.
By debate standards, Ethan's kind of spurging too much. That's true. But Ethan has the benefit of being a comedian who has a comedy podcast, right? And Hasan has it just in terms of optics, okay? Just in terms of optics. Ethan has the benefit of being the retard, the clown, the jester, right? He can make jokes and he can go slightly hyperbolic, and that's accepted, right? That's fine to do. Hasan is well known as a serious political commentator. He can't make those jokes. Those statements are going to be taken seriously if he goes too far. He's going to get like nailed to the cross with them. But also, people are expecting Hasan to fucking dog walk Ethan. So when Ethan does well, it's really impressive. Although even with that aside, I feel like Ethan is doing relatively well.
See that when you listen to Hasan,
much better than I expected.
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about
talking
it on his
about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is, did you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th? Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Okay, Ethan kind of cooked there. He cooked against his own wife, but he kind of cooked.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
Also, Ethan's primary contention is personal. His emotional state and reason for defending are in line. Hasan is out of whack. Yeah, he does have that benefit as well. A lot of his contention is personal. But especially, I was thinking more in lines of the political stuff. You expect, maybe expect to be like a personal disagreement between that. I'd say realistically, maybe I'm biased in favor of Ethan, but I feel like Ethan kind of like edged out Hasan there. He kind of won. I think he got more shots in than Hasan did over that. But ultimately, Hasan's on the back foot, and ended up saying that he partnered with the ADL. Oh my God, yeah, Hasan lost that portion as well, and I feel like Hasan is not doing so well at this either.
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't
Oh, is this where the button mishap happened?
know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
Both AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay, so let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're trying to say.
By your own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like the West Bank has checkpoints. It has like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah,
but they're not citizen. Okay. I disagree with I think Ethan and Hasan on the apartheid thing, but okay.
Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
Death of the author, death of the author, death of the author.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
Oscar
all I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel.
What Ethan is saying, what Hasan is saying is Ethan is going to present the nice parts of Israel and be like, oh, look how nice it is here. But then he's not going to go to Gaza where the actual criticizable actions are happening. But what Ethan is saying is that people paint out Israelis to be these kind of frothing at the mouth racists over Palestinians, when actually there is a large portion of diversity. I mean, not even just amongst Palestinians and Israelis, of which obviously there are like systemic issues there. But especially in terms of like, not all kind of Jewish Israelis being white. Like the Mizrahi are the majority of Israelis, and they're as brown as the Palestinians. I think that's what he's getting at. So the two people are again, they're not seeing each other eye to eye. They're not addressing each other's fucking things. I think Hasan is a little bit steeped in his own community to possibly see what Ethan is saying. Isn't it like 1/3 of Israeli? Isn't like 1/3 of Israel Muslim? It's not quite a third. It's not quite a third. It's closer to like I don't know, a fifth. Yeah, it's close to a fifth. Maybe a sixth. No, a fifth. Fuck it. I don't need to get an exact fraction on it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that though. Still a religious minority, but I believe that's maybe even more than the UK, for all people say about Islam in the UK.
As a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And also
I
is
make
an
a distinction.
apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
Shit. Yeah. There's a higher portion of Muslims in Israel than there is Muslims in the UK. For all people say about, how much of a Muslim culture there is in the UK.
You can't.
I mean, I
moved. Wow. Hasan has like added like cybernetics and Five Nights at Freddy's kind of animatronics to his dead taxidermy dog. That's kind of cool.
I mean, I lived there for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot
exactly
further
where
than
you
6
live in Tel
miles.
Aviv.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer.
I mean, I feel like I understand the point in there somewhere, right? If you're giving your own like commentary, is it a stretch? Yeah, maybe. Can I see what his argument is? Yeah, but ultimately, like you're having a disagreement with somebody else. You just drop the hyperbole.
Sir, living casually and enjoying life.
I feel like Hasan is trying to go hyperbolic with it to try and like coax Ethan into disagreeing with what he's saying. Because that's like a good kind of like rhetorical play. If you can get Ethan to disagree with something he's saying materially, there can then be like actually something to fight over. You wouldn't say that what's happening right now is in Gaza is like kind of akin to a death camp. Well, insofar as people are dying, yeah, but could you not say that of all war zones?
If as people are,
you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer,
the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made...
Yeah, you're interpreting it as the author says you should.
This piece of cinema interpreted it.
God.
The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw."
I think a better, maybe a more fair like analogy would be an American talking about the issues that Native Americans have had. and said, a lot of people are painting out as if like every American is this like blood hungry kind of like, they're kind of starving for Native American blood. Let me take you to like California. Let me show you how California is. Like these areas with a lot of like, kind of Native American and, American kind of citizens kind of living side by side. That would be the thing. But it's just outside a reservation where these people kind of like have inadequate like water resources, right? That would be the thing. That would be the... But yeah, this is fucking just burgery.
I'm gonna go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful
so
Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory.
Okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see...
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on?
I mean, you did a show with me and you consider me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement, Mezar.
Okay. I don't know if he thinks that this argument works with anyone, but it doesn't.
Fought Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pape. His writings are what
Exeter University is in Britain. Okay.
Guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact, as long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology.
Wait, didn't he say that he had Jewish friends that were Zionists? He says now he says he doesn't have an issue with them unless they're Zionists. Earlier, when Ethan said, "Do you have Jewish friends that are non-Zionists?" He said, "Yeah, I've got loads. They're normies. I've got loads though." And now he's saying he doesn't have an issue with them. One second. Did he say that? I want to make sure.
All right, can I respond? No longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented on, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong, but it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining my position.
Let me respond.
What I see the best in people. I see the best in people. How long did that go on for? It was fucking contentless.
I agree with you. I think that
I mean, not in terms of like, oh, that wasn't content, that was boring. I mean, like what he said, like what he uttered, just kind of made no sense. Thank you.
That's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately,
on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is because not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
The reason why people like vociferously hate Ethan is because he calls out what he perceives as to be like anti-Semitism and like extremity of the Palestinian movement. That's all it is, really.
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject...
Is he? I legit don't know. By the definition that Ethan gave for Zionism in the beginning, yes. And he's described himself as a Zionist.
Bethy tipped £1.99 through Super Chat. Ethan's able to concede on points, but Hasan cannot. Skull emoji.
Yeah, true. And Hasan is the the arbiter of who and who isn't open-minded. Hasan will criticize Ethan for not being open-minded because if Ethan was open-minded, he would concede to him. But Hasan hasn't been even able to like reach Ethan's position. He calls him crazy for perceiving like anti-Semitism. Like as if that's something that's like beyond the pale. And Ethan even says, like, maybe you can say that I'm wrong, or maybe you think that I'm like, but no, Hasan calls him crazy for it.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay,
so
does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So
and
what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month,
you can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, they're talking about Zionist insofar as Hasan has defined it. Yeah, which is being an ethno-supremacist. Interesting.
You have something?
I have many things.
List one.
As recently as last month. List
one example of me saying something
I'm giving you another
Zionist.
example. Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this gish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals. That is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals.
That is
bombing
true.
Hospitals is a war crime. Okay? Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand, you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back.
I'd have to read about that. Obviously, the exact details about kind of war crimes and what isn't a war crime is like, war crimes are essentially things that happen in war that I don't like. At least the way people talk about things online. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if there's no way that, say a hospital, a school, some kind of like public infrastructure, right, could never be considered a valid military target. Because I'm pretty sure as soon as it's used for military operations, it loses its protected status. I'm pretty sure that's true.
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
It's a war crime to use a hospital as a
$2 through Super Chat. Hamas can't be tagged. Dare touching base.
Okay. Thank you, Nate, for the $2. I mean, it's genuinely like an interesting or like difficult part of international law. Yeah, ordinarily, a hospital bombing a hospital would be a war crime. Yeah, but if military installations are installed in there, does it not then lose its protection under international law? I'm not sure.
Back and forth on it, and
Absolutely
you called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
Didn't Ethan ask for something that he said that explained all the shit over the last 2 years? Hasan said, yeah, I've got that. I've got lots of things. And he's bringing up stuff that happened yesterday.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is.
I can see bombing a hospital being a war crime as civilians, surely. Here's the thing. Killing civilians isn't a war crime, right? In and of itself, killing civilians isn't a war crime. There's a kind of calculus you have to do to establish whether or not it's a war crime. You have to respect the matters of like proportionality and proportional response. But ultimately, that means if it's a Hamas foot soldier next to an innocent man. Is that a valid military target? It might be. There's not a strict definition so far as I've seen like written anywhere in US in the UN kind of laws of armed conflict about whether or not you can actually bomb that Hamas fighter and incidentally have collateral damage when you're killing the civilian as well. As collateral damage, not as the target, but as collateral damage. So yeah, you can't have arcane rules that make it impossible to wage war. Otherwise, the self-defense provision in the UN Charter is worthless. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the UN even wants to make very, very strict rules around this, because then bad actors can then just exploit those protections.
A condemnation of Hamas. Failure to protect
too big for your boots.
Major Wendy tipped $2.99 through Super Chat. Are DGG foot soldiers valid military targets?
Any person who engages in military activity during a war is a valid military target. So I guess the question is, as you lawyers like to say, it depends. Thank you for the 3 Australian, Wendy.
Of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
So, like, looking at it case by case, like a soldier in a crowd of innocents compared to one person near a civil house or a civilian house. I mean, yeah, you kind of have to look at it on a case by case basis. Targeting civilians, I believe, is always a war crime. Always a war crime. Civilians dying as collateral gets a little bit more complicated, and the question ultimately is like, did the fighting force respect principles of proportionality? The specifics are going to be really, really difficult to talk about, though.
Always me criticizing.
Also, there is evidence that a lot of these hospitals either were underfunded, potentially. That would be the argument on the other side. They were underfunded, and so they didn't have the resources. The other argument is that Hamas had basically cleared people out so they could use it as a military installation. The reporting's hard, and also the military intelligence that Israel had at the time to make that decision isn't open to the public. We don't know what they knew because this is military intelligence, right? It's kind of top secret classified information. And so did they have a justification? Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, even for perfectly kind of like, legal military actions, the public isn't necessarily going to know the justification. So, yeah. How does underfunding factor in? Okay, so you had things where MRI machines, were drained of fluid.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your
or they were
boots.
turned off, sorry.
Nate tipped $5 through Super Chat. In America we just invent weapons that haven't been uses. No laws against them yet. Major Windy is 5 shoeies in.
Thank you, Nate, for the 5. How does underfunding factor in? Okay, so one of the key pieces of evidence, at least to my mind, right, is MRI machines were turned off. If you don't know anything about MRI machines, you can't turn them off. You can't turn them off. Because as soon as you turn them off, the cooling system stops. The gas that's, I think it's helium gas, the gas escapes. You then have to basically fix it, right? It's broken until you then go and get it to be fitted with new liquid helium. Because of the way that the magnets are cooled, right? So if you turn it off, it's fucking broken. You can't use it anymore. So the question is, were these facilities actually being used for medical work? If yes, it's potential that underfunding led to the point where you can't keep this MRI machine running day and night forever. So maybe that's what caused that to be, but there we are.
Of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is it me criticizing?
That gets very, very boring, though. That gets very, very boring and very technical and very, let's get back to this Spurgo.
Hamas pro-Zionist. Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than the 7th floor of an apartment building.
Also, that this is wrong. "Quote unquote bunker busters." Yeah, a bunker would not survive a bunker buster. But what people are talking about often is not in terms of bombing a bomb shelter, but it's to try and make sure that the payload, the bomb, the explosive, actually kind of gets to the bottom. If the military installation is underneath a hospital, It's to send it down and get into, blow up at the bottom. So you're not just like targeting all the stuff on top. I've heard, I don't know if this is true, take this with a huge grain of salt, right? The theory is that it actually limits the risk to civilian life, because if you have a bunker buster that's like going all the way down, penetrating the floors of the hospital, and then blowing up at the bottom in the bunker, then it might be that the civilians that might have died if you had a huge explosive that destroyed the entire building and the bunker,
Super chat.
you might end up with less dead people.
Than either of these swear.
No, I don't know about that. Hasan probably knows more than me. I think he's just got like bad political intuitions, but I'm not that educated on this, to be clear. I'm not that educated.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every hospital
with Hamas spending the
that a bomb
totality?
shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
Would they even use bunker busters for civilian-oriented bomb shelters if they had those established? Hasan thinks that they use they use a lot of pretense to essentially bomb civilian structures. So yes, he would think that they would, because they just want to kill civilians, right? That's the whole thing about calling it a genocide.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation,
Because they don't make bomb
expectation from the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the
Because we're going to go at this side, just to explain. Ethan's point is that Hamas spends all of this money making munitions, making things to fight Israel, to bomb Israel, to kill civilians in Israel, right? They don't spend any of this. They don't spend any of that money, which is given to them as aid to support their civilian population, right? They don't use it on structures which would actually save civilian lives, which, i.e., the bunkers, bunkers for bombing raids. What Hasan is saying is, essentially, you're supporting Israel and saying, whoop, all those kids died. I guess Gaza should have built some bomb shelters. And it kind of gives you carte blanche justification to excuse the amount of civilians dead. Those are the arguments on both sides. But I think we're going to trail off something else.
Of it infringes on
both have valid
inference
points, though, but I don't know if
you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason
time
why people
and time
believe
again.
That is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine
is it for being pro-Palestine, or is it being for anti-Semitic, as Ethan sees it?
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
public enemy
you
number
call
one
them terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror group, which is, by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror.
Is it? Who considers Hezbollah a terrorist organization? Hold on. So he's claiming that he's a Zionist because he claims that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Everyone. Okay. The UK, the US, Canada. Does the EU, do they designate terror organizations? It's going to be hard to find. You'd have to search for each individual. There's not going to be an easily compiled list, I don't think. Fucking everyone, okay? Fucking everyone considers them a terrorist group.
Terror group.
Everyone
but there are
besides
plenty
Hasan.
of terror groups that have.
Everyone except for Hezbollah. Interestingly enough.
Consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process.
What? People in other nations do not get habeas corpus. terrorist organizations. First of all, organizations operating in other countries don't get due process, don't get habeas corpus. And secondly, non-American citizens living outside of the reach of the American state don't get habeas corpus under the Constitution either. The U.S. Constitution, this is like very, very well established like American law, to the point where I, a fucking like Angloid, fucking know it. The U.S. Constitution goes wherever America goes, including the American military. Wake up, Hasan's an idiot. He's not well informed. Yeah, I guess so.
It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes,
please,
I think that this definition is
can
intentionally vague and it's
can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be here.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
what do you mean? But
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually thinking
about
it? What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated.
Okay. I mean, clarifies.
They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking. Exactly. All right, let me explain.
Bear in mind, even the UN. So the UN, I think. Let's just find this because I just got sent this. Okay. Position of the UN. So UN Security Council Resolution 1559 calls for... Okay. Cool. They called it a resistance movement and not a militia, which seems to be... okay. The Lebanese government and Hezbollah dispute the application of this resolution. Oh, that's what Hezbollah refers to themselves as. Okay. Cool. So this doesn't even seem to be talking about whether they're a terrorist organization at all. Okay. The UN's Deputy Security Secretary General contests characterizations of the Lebanese militia as a terrorist organization in the mold of Al Qaeda. So it's not in the same sense of Al Qaeda. While acknowledging that Hezbollah employs terrorist tactics, he says it's unhelpful to call it a terrorist organization. The United States and the international community, in his view, would do well to regard this as a legitimate political party. There are some in the United Nations who deny that Hezbollah's military activities against civilians are terrorist in nature at all. On the other end of the spectrum. Okay. Jesus. Hezbollah's chief victim area is in Syria. I don't know if that's true.
Not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide...
Incur penalties? They were literally fucking doing like bombing raids against like just villages of like civilians. Really? Are any tactics fucking available? Are any tactics on the fucking table?
Then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has...
Okay, because everything against them in the region. A lot of the organizations in the region are opposed to them.
Has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You
Let me
said
speak,
it's
please.
a genocide.
All right,
so what is
Hasan,
the expectation?
Please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Okay, now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a was a noble thing, right? Of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem
You're
with that.
precise
Yes,
with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count?
You
Why does that bother
erroneously
you?
claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front.
Well, I don't think he actually cares, but it's just a nitpick, right? Oh!
Collaborated.
Footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
That they?
Oh my god, Hasan is just like feeling like he can just like rattle this around. Like, see, you were totally wrong. Ethan conceded in like 2 seconds.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that. I'm not
That's
defending
not a good
that.
look. Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is a false. This is my main problem with you,
They were
Ethan.
parties to the conflict.
You're defending terrorism.
Just like Ethan is. It's interesting. It is interesting that as soon as we talk about, who are the Jews? What's the Jewish organization? Who's not the AFD? The ADL. The ADL. Yes. Hasan points out Ethan's association with the ADL and said that they were partnered to it. But then he seems very reticent now to conjoin Hezbollah with the atrocities that happen in Syria.
Right now, by the way.
There we are. I cooked.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is it so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000
Okay,
people.
so it wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Assad regime.
Oh my God.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS.
Really? You think that Ethan is taking responsibility? Okay.
You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah
It's
where it
ridiculous.
belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I don't have.
It's inappropriate.
I have no issue.
Did they collaborate with us?
It's inappropriate.
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so, what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them.
Oh my God.
I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say
I'm
that.
not.
You
what do you
said
mean I'm lying?
You said
I'm
I
telling
don't. You were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, how do we feel about Hezbollah? A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way...
And he was saying, yeah, I like whatever you like.
By the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said, because you want to be precise.
You made up
like them,
I
like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just
said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $5 through Super Chat. As long as it's against the Jews, it's fine. It's right there, Ethan.
No, that wouldn't work because we're talking about Syrians right now, okay? We're talking about Syrians. Even Hasan wouldn't advocate for slaughter against Syrians. Like with the 5 Nate. Oh no, I see your point now.
In the
That's
Syrian
point.
civil
do,
war.
do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said. You
liar. I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you've said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah,
or maybe just strongly anti-Hezbollah.
Because it doesn't.
You mean I'm
doesn't
Zionist?
Work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding
people
to harassment
who are offering analysis and not justification.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
Well, I'm not doing anything. I'm
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand
now.
your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I didn't even think. Ethan has opened up an entire line of argumentation that I hadn't even perceived. Even me. He's blindsided even me. Oh my God, dude.
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
What? I don't care that people call me pro-terrorist, let's just say. I don't care that people call me pro-terrorist. People underestimate it, yeah, even so much. Hasan did, yeah. Hasan did.
Ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist when
Do you believe the State
Answer.
Department?
Oh my God, why are we talking about the State Department? Oh, we're talking about the State Department's fucking definition of terrorism, okay.
Valid. Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
answer the
Department's
question.
designation
You
for
gotta answer that
terrorism
one.
is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and considering
you rely heavily on
Can you
your
answer?
audience. not really
Can you
understanding
please
the
answer
terms
my
that
question?
you are using.
Let it be
okay?
noted you are dodging.
When you say, "Oh, Hassan defends
Oh my
terrorists,"
god!
okay,
Literally
there's a
just
reason
did.
why you
It's
say
fucking
that.
dodging.
You say that to
You literally just
disparage
did.
This is such a hard
without
fucking
actually
pivot.
addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face, to
God, bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues,
Oh my
you agree
God.
with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just run
beginning,
around
shit
being like
changed.
Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason,
actions
and we'll
were
get to that
noble.
in
I
a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said
inception
their actions
was a
were noble.
noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff
That
like...
seems like very openly like dishonest. No, like he's unironically just trying to slander him. I don't know if he's pulling like shit from his chat, and that's why he's being so retarded. But that is like out and out fucking retarded. Like he obviously said that they were created or they were established for a noble cause. That does not think that mean that he thinks he's fucking yeah, I hate how disingenuous this fucker is. Yeah, he tried to summarize his position as Hezbollah were honorable. When he said, I think they're established for an honorable cause. That's a bit fucking shameless.
Like, I have no problem with Hezbollah. Just answer the question. Yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
But people can assume I'm
presenting a
Zionist.
position.
But it's okay for it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is
you don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're a pro-terrorist.
You're a terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel? Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being
pro-Israel? Oh my god! Under the Trump administration, what do you think you're gonna get sent to Guantanamo Bay? Trump don't know you, little bro. Trump don't know you, little bro. It ain't that deep. It's not that fucking deep. Under the Trump administration, he thinks he's gonna be fucking carted off.
I was using H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that.
It's avant-garde.
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me.
To be clear, that was bad. Okay, that was bad. What the US did was bad. Hopefully, it doesn't happen today. I'm too young. Okay, I'm too young to even fully remember the details of the. Oh. You guys know me, okay? You know I'm not like that.
Unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to...
Some would say systemic, baby. Some would say systemic mass harassment.
In my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
Is he going to turn it on?
Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit.
Yes.
I never even pulled the subreddit up. But
I see the vision.
Browsing
I see the vision.
Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking
That's literally
about?
not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about?
Oh my god, I forgot how sensitive Hasan was about people talking about him. Fucking hell. Now, personally, I don't browse the fucking H3 subreddit, but like regularly. But any time that I have, I mean, yeah, pull up the subreddit now. Reddit.com. H3 Productions, yeah. Look before today. I mean, if I look at top posts, let's go for the last year. Andrew Tate, Dr. Disrespect, Dan got married, Nick Ricardo Avocado, Ethan getting confronted, Ethan and his kids. Don't know what this was. The Content Court, Cody Ko. Wait, what do you want me to see? How many fucking posts do you want to fucking see? How fucking far down do we need to go to find Hasan? Well, not really. Oh, here we are. 11 days ago.
The normal one.
The swastika sword. This is a killer clip, to be fair. But... Anyway, sorry. What were you saying, mate?
Subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base.
Hasan, you said your community has nothing to do with this.
You can't take a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it,
I mean, yeah, undoubtedly, Hasan's like technically kind of correct, but they're not really like Ethan fans, right? They're H3 Ethan. They're Hasan Ethan fans. Like, yeah, he's gone through a lot of controversy. A lot of the controversy I think is probably warranted, even if I think that he doesn't deserve the harassment, and that I think he might go viral for like undue reasons. He deserves it's understandable a certain amount of the harassment. Wait, is this? What's this? Oh, is this the snot? Bro. This is the Snark subreddit now. Come on, man. Come on, man. I mean, the Snark subreddit did it get banned? It's a sibling. Oh, because the other one shut down or something. Yeah. Credits to QQ. Appreciate that.
From the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please,
and if
let me just talk. This is you say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated
dude, you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish. You gotta let me say something.
He's literally just like he's literally trying to talk over to him to insult him and talk about his humility that he does or doesn't have. If somebody's like interrupting you or insulting you when you're trying to make a point, I mean, I understand it, but muting somebody when they're trying to respond to what you've just said, while you're just insulting them. Okay.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Unrelated.
Random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
Wait.
I said their
And Hasan is literally just jumping down Ethan's neck to defend the Snark. Oh my god, why has he done this? Why has he done this? Why jump down Ethan's neck to fucking like defend the Snark? Let him bring it up. You bringing it up first makes you seem associated with the Snark. Oh my you fucking retard.
Responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did?
You slandered the Snark. Oh my god. Fucking Hasan's been taking tips from fucking Adam McIntyre, dude.
Dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
Is he?
I think it's the tone.
He's talking about the harassment in general. Oh my God, why does Hasan want to bring up the CPS thing? Ethan isn't even talking about the CPS thing right now. He's talking about general harassment. Why take it there? Oh my God.
No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you.
Shout out. You're shouting out the Snark. Okay. He has nothing to do with the Snark, though, guys. He has nothing to do with the Snark, but he is shouting it out. Shout out to Leftovers H3. The new Snark. Fuck me.
Son, you don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think?
Bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Ethan?
Why
did you? Oh my God. Is slaughtering him. Oh my God, my tweet was more true than I fucking knew.
First of all, you completely fucking
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used his community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling. And
oh my! He used his community as he was gambling on live stream and littering, as he littered as well, and he he swears. I think he's rude to old ladies and
that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay. There's a difference
and that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different?
Yes, that's what he just asked you.
I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating
bro,
my community.
I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz, too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like Hasan. And yet when things that he's referenced in or talked about or, podcasts, when he gets controversy or posts get fucking downvoted, like the fucking content cop or whatever, he alleges that it's botted or brigaded or fucking there's other creators trying to do brigading campaigns against him and Reddit posts surrounding him and oh my God, it's fucking, this has been a long-standing thing for him.
You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked
either.
Oh
my God. He's putting Dan in a really fucking weird position as well, where he's not even asking Ethan if it's okay. Or would you mind playing this video? It's just out of nowhere. Oh, play this video, Dan! It's like, oh, okay. Don't bring Dan into this. He already made weird appeals to the relationship he'd had with the crew before, since they used to be his co-workers or whatever, right?
It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been leading a harassment
I'm waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing.
Sorry, hold on.
Especially
Dan is
because of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so
wait.
Hold on.
You did defend him, and now it's embarrassing. So do you take it back? Okay. Dan should do it anyway.
My
have some
argument
balls.
with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I'm not going to let you stunlock me again. Another pathetic fucking
Jewish
lie.
people.
Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. You say all of that.
What, like Hamas is ISIS? That's your defense? You said that some gay bloke on Twitter would be killed by Hamas if they ever met him. Did you know Hamas is not ISIS? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Do they not still kill gay people? They're for their own fucking lieutenants who are gay. Get fucking disappeared.
Walks like a dog, walks like a dog. Most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get stunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews, and that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos?
The movement.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Token Jews
Here's what
that
you
are
said.
not representative of the broad
Because they're used as tokens who aren't representative of yeah.
movement.
They're statistically
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically,
Jews
yes.
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call
problem
them
with
capos.
You have a problem with Jews that you don't like. Okay? If we remove the synonyms, you have a problem with somebody, you don't like them. Okay? What Hasan just said boils down to you don't like Jews that you don't like. Okay? Interesting.
You have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically,
Jews
yes.
that you don't like, and you are
interesting.
I have a problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like Bad Empanada? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
and all of a sudden, you love his.
Yeah, but you're very, very happy to fucking sick him on. Oh, okay.
Videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he was he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is
no. You called him a disgusting freak. You said he was mentally ill.
Insane, pathetic, bold-faced
that's
lie.
What it is. No, he said
you literally told. Oh my god, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you
criticizing
XQC.
Okay, wait. You
and all these other
you asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
oh my
he would
god,
ever
wait!
ask
I sent
for.
you a
And
clip.
all these
Why
other
aren't you playing
content
that one?
creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason.
Bringing my name up for no reason.
Allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone.
You got dicked. Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $2 through Super Chat. Nuxtaku, I was gonna troll him defense.
Nuxtaku, I was gonna troll him defense. I mean, very close to it. But yeah, if anyone's not familiar with the old Twitch drama or whatever, that was Hasan's gripe. That people were bringing him up for no reason, and especially just like what boiled down to just like speaking ill of him. But this isn't harassment. This isn't harassment that he's talking about. People aren't like calling him racist and like slandering him. People are just like speaking ill of him. When Hasan isn't even there, Hasan's not on the screen. So he wanted XQC to delete comments in his chat, which moves 1,000,000 fucking miles an hour. So realistically, you've just got to ban people. He wants to ban people who speak ill of him from his chat, even when Hasan's not there. That's what he wanted from XQC.
who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
So
pro-Palestine.
You have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
No, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's
What?
hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me.
So he's not a mega Zionist, okay?
I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
That's nice.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never said.
This is good, to be fair.
Shut up. Keep playing.
I mean, to be fair, he got annoyed when he was pausing his clip. So yeah, pausing it now to like give this defense to interrupt it. Yeah.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going. No,
why?
No.
It's
Come
7
on, we
minutes
watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your clips.
Spare the
Keep going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we gonna glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
This isn't really like a clip compilation. There's like the amount of dead air in this is insane. Is this every time that Hasan has spoken positively about Ethan in the last like 2 years? If you were to make an alternative compilation, how long would that be?
Nah, I don't want to
Go
finish
to the middle.
it. I know what it
though.
is. You talk kindly about. Okay, here I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa. My turn.
Well, I was
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
I wasn't moderating my community and claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him.
Well, yeah. All the sign had to do was say, mods, please stop banning people saying unhinged shit about Ethan, please. I mean, yeah. But I don't know. This might be like a huge like tangential argument, and ultimately, like the hypocrisy is funny. But I mean, Hasan was asking XUC to to ban people in his chat. No. XUC talked positively about Hasan like shit tons. No, they were friends. XUC has surely, by this standard, met the exact same fulfillment that Hasan is saying that he met. I don't know.
A year before this conflict,
Banana video on
nice shirt,
stream.
by the way.
You should have brought that
You
up.
guys
though.
know. If
Hasan
you
could've
think I'm
won
gonna
that point, I feel
fucking
like.
watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come.
Wait,
Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip.
Free
Ethan,
Palestine.
you keep doing this thing.
Thanks for
playing
watching.
the clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip. Just chill out.
I said it. I told you why I wasn't
appreciate,
watching that
regardless of
Oh
empanada
my
my
God,
disagreements
Hasan,
with him.
you're talking on the
Initially.
clip. You need to let it
I don't-
play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Oh man, even after Hasan like does the Ethan talks during Hasan's clip, which he shouldn't have, to be fair. But then he throws up this like Billy Big Bollocks fucking act. He's like, "Shut up, play the clip. Shut up, play the clip." And then Hasan wants to interrupt the clip that Ethan's playing. I don't know if this is just like Hasan's just in the mind. This is like mudslinging match at this point.
Thanks for watching Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
because
page.
ultimately his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid.
Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on bad empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying... Your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote bad empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch.
To be fair, I mean, especially at this point, it's starting to become a little bit kind of like, I'm starting to feel slightly bad for Hasan because it's Ethan's producer, right? It's not Hasan's producer. And so if Ethan wants to launch into like a clip compilation, I mean, to be fair, he probably should have watched the fucking content nuke, right? If he wants to, if he didn't want to react to clips here, he probably should have reacted to them there, where he can like, if he feels like he can give adequate pushback. But this overuse of clips.
People's videos, that seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking bad empanada.
Ethan hasn't denied Hasan a single clip. That's true. That's true.
Cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right? Someone who, by the way,
yes,
like, what terrorist attack has he?
By the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
Well, these are like different clips.
It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so bad empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So bad empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with bad empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube
okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos
YouTube
attacking me?
essays,
Are those, is that
especially
part
when
of
it's issue-specific,
his great body of work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue-specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching ones called Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
I feel like you have to say yes.
Why does Bad Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking
crazy and just
scraggly
crazy
internet
shit.
troll who is once again as a separate. You know, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays who also...
About how Ethan Klein is a baby killer. I don't know if he thinks he's like cooked with that, but it falls kind of flat.
happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist.
He happens
by the
to
way,
be
I want
a
to kill
freak.
his wife.
No, he is a freak in his content. It's not incidental that Bad Empanada is a freak. Bad Empanada is a freak because of his content. Hasan himself said, he's not just a freak on Twitter. He's not just a freak on Twitter. Yeah, he laughs at it. It's just... Okay, let's see what he's going to say. Sorry.
Happens to be a fucking freak
Ethan
who literally
Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
Empanada. The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended.
How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know.
Have no idea.
Maybe one.
I watched a fuck ton though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No,
oh,
no, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
He says that about
That's
everybody.
part of the narrative, right?
To be fair.
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Let's see. Oh, I gotta read.
At this point, you know, it's not just me claiming that. It's not just Bad Empanada claiming that Ethan's dog shits all around the house and then his kids eat the shit and then get the giardia from the shit, okay? A lot of people are claiming that now. Okay.
So here's a...
Although Ethan's not obsessed with Hasan. Ethan's obsessed with people who he feels like are slandering him
Nate
or defaming him.
$5 through Super Chat. Then you concede on the debate, Hasan? If your logic works for Bad Empanada, then everything you've said about Ethan's Zionism is a lie.
If your logic works for Bad Empanada, then everything you've said about Ethan's Zionism is a lie. What because he does solid work despite the fact that he's like fucking insane. You might have to expand that a bit more for me now. Just because I'm not sure if I see your point, but thank you for the 5.
Here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the...
These are most likely...
Hold on.
Are these not
duplicates? Let me... Over 60-day period, that's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting the same... You're presenting...
Okay, first...
Yeah, but they're fan channels who've clipped your content. That's an awful argument.
First of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about...
Yo, Nate, thank you so much for helping us hit the goal. Thank you very much.
On stream. Second of all, that the fan channel defense is a... Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean?
Yeah, but he's talking about the fucking content you're doing on stream. Hasan knows this. He's just being obtuse again.
You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing over and over again.
It. It's all part, so you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
A lot more than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah, No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does
same
not.
moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to
does
the
not have
second
this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you do that?
Because this is from one channel. Right. So this is 24 hours of edited content in the last 2 months, and this is from one channel, Hasan Productions.
I that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that. Probably.
Okay, so and I'm
okay.
You are
nearly half an hour every day, and he. Oh my god. Hasan says everyone's obsessed with him, but he talks about these other people so fucking much.
Until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up.
You've been asking for the fucking argument with him even before that, no?
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Okay.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On
Last
your
60 days.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have
Ethan does be going
on
down
your
crazy on his Instagram
stories, not including clips, since January 31st.
No, but he's saying by your logic, you fucking retard. Is this really an argument over like who is more obsessed with who? Is this really an argument over who is more obsessed with who? Ethan is pointing out you call me obsessed, but aren't you a hypocrite? And Hasan is saying to that argument, yeah, but aren't you obsessed?
You have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
that sounds
story
excessive.
From what period of time?
January
is that individual mentions of his name?
31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channels.
I'm asking
That's
you
just
for
your
what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
what
clips.
Year?
You have mentioned
what year?
me. January... Oh, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year? That's an absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you?
Okay, so Hasan talks about Ethan for half an hour a day, and Ethan posts 1.5 Instagram stories about him a day.
Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it.
We
tabulated
tabulated
Let me see if I can find the
He's
dump.
literally just got it from his chat.
Oh no.
Son,
it's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this somehow this isn't somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval, under your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. It's so obvious.
Within the context, it's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hostweet, when are we in agreement?
Hasan, you say
called me stupid, and I said my video is bad.
You're streaming it, bro.
Wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is.
Oh my god. Okay. Do we have to go? Do we have to go to this again? Do we have to go to this again? I mean. There we are.
Just fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said.
In fairness, there are a bunch of Instagram posts about Ethan talking about Hasan. I mean, I'm open to it. I'm looking forward to see it. I think he's going to send it over. But yeah, I'm saying these people are obsessed with each other. Yeah.
What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors.
Oh my god. Holy fucking pivot, dude. Jesus Christ.
Dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa, whoa.
Oh, the explanation. Okay, sorry. So you said, then you concede on the debate, Hasan. If your logic works for Bad Panada, then everything you said about Ethan Zionism is a lie. No, because Hasan's defense of partial engagement and piecemeal endorsement of Bad Panada is not different in kind to Ethan's partial defense of Israel's citizens. Oh, I understand now. I do get that. I do see that. I see what you mean. Yeah. Thank you.
When did I to their families?
What?
Huh?
This is on your
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous.
Are they frivolous? I mean, if they're frivolous, then Ethan's going to get fined and his lawyer's going to get disbarred.
Predators, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people that are anonymous?
Extort people.
Who's extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking get? Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk.
Oh my god.
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
Oh my god. The laugh of a guilty conscience. Oh, the court laugh. I mean, yeah, it seems but that he's just kind of like sandbagging it. Hasan is he can engage better than this, but this is just spurgery back and forth. We are so fucking back.
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk.
Cheeky.
Yeah, kind of, right?
Hand in the cookie jar. Okay.
So let me talk.
Hasan is so right.
These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were
what?
I know you haven't seen it, but
he doesn't even know the
they have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan. That was posted to start that went viral in your community. It was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
When is this where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck?
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
Until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're
making it a fucking argument.
I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this.
He hasn't even said that yet.
I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Is it ever?
No. Oh my fucking god. Hasan is This is dishonest. This is dishonest at this point. He brought up the fact that Ethan was talking about like anonymous Redditors and suing anonymous Redditors. Ethan is then bringing up the example why they were defaming me, and it caused some damage to me in the public sphere.
Son, is it ever okay to sue?
Here, because Cope and Seed live stopped. Where's the riot? Two British content creators who presumably understand the kind of harassment that we seek online. The beans on toast comments. The jokes about the empire. They were drunk. If you rape somebody and you're drunk, is that an excuse? If you kill somebody and you're drunk, is that an excuse?
A random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
I'm joking, by the way. I'm joking.
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay.
Okay.
About
well,
this
great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First
only
of all,
did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan,
but in
you're
the process,
He hasn't sued anybody for copyright infringement. He sent a DMCA notice.
Look, hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to stop.
process of
I
suing
have
them
not
for
sued
copyright
anybody.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Why?
What does that
especially
mean?
if Ethan is suspecting this is a coordinated hate campaign.
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you.
if
You just asked me
not-
what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your
dude,
lawyer
stop.
think
Let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make people dance?
All right.
If they
Do
got
you
them on a
want to
copyright
Oh my
claim?
fucking god! I mean, sorry.
Your lawyer
Stop.
think
Let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make people dance?
I mean, this is the important thing that he wants to like fucking like bag down the conversation to ask. Do you think your lawyer can make people dance?
All right.
If they
do you
got him on a
want
copyright
to have
claim?
a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation.
Oh, it's not for a copyright. It sounds like that was for defamation. I don't think it's good, but
Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Crucial.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Well, just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was
This
shocking
person,
to even you.
By the way, these people were
Well, you didn't
committing
provide them.
continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from
I love lawfare true.
us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they
Stealing
erroneously.
views from you how? By
I'm
posting...
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by
say
posting it on Reddit.
Yes, duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally, you were admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit is?
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from
He is trying to
criticizing
fucking
you on
sandbag the
Reddit.
conversation that's put
Did I say
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
Do you know
criticize.
How many people criticize me on your
Oh
Reddit?
my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how
you-
much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting
Wait,
paywall.
hold
They were
on,
posting
hold on.
paywall
What?
content
He's tried
and
to
saying,
fucking-
"Watch it
Hold
here so
on.
that you don't
Hold
support
on
Ethan."
now.
I mean, yeah, Hasan is complaining that like Ethan's not giving him like a chance to like speak, but it's like every time he tries to, there's a fucking interruption.
Hold on
Spare
now.
me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever you, first of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr.
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is
Zero.
a hate video.
Zero. I have had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this. Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you?
Yeah, I mean, ignoring that, just to like give the context for anyone who doesn't know, right? It's specifically not fair use. I mean, yeah, it's literally saying like, obviously, fair use. You're giving commentary, critique, or you're transforming it, or in some way you're using the content in a way that is fair. It doesn't, impact the original. If you're titling it to say, watch it here so you don't have to give Ethan the view, when it's like paywalled content that you have to pay to watch, it's like, well, yeah, it's very clear that you are waving a red fucking flag and saying, I am not operating under fair use. I have no desire to make this post or give this criticism within the bounds of fair use. Do I want to debate on what?
Do you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
Because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
Ducking you? I'm
4
sitting in
months.
front of you.
Yeah.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good,
bro,
as
stupid.
today has demonstrated.
I said just
and that's
watch
precisely why you tried to add additional
watch the
qualifications
video.
to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just
On
watch
the parallel between Israel and the Soviet Union.
my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking.
It's
know
not
the
a
clip
biography. You understand that,
Ethan,
right?
can I ask
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting
It's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hasan.
right
It's not
now-
about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly, by the
How
way.
do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And
11
you
hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
There is a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content.
It was a members video that you can only see bypassing as a member they were sharing. It's worse than what you're saying. No, I said it was a members only video. So yeah. To be clear, whether it was a members video or not doesn't matter, okay? Doesn't matter for fair use. Okay? Whether it was a members video, whether it's paywalled, none of that matters for fair use. People keep on saying this. This seems to be the predominant thing. No. People have a little bit of like a social understanding in the space, or it's like an agreed upon norm that you kind of like, you treat paywalled content differently than you would treat like, free open content, whatever, right? That doesn't matter for fair use. Not at all. Not at all. That only matters in terms of proving damages. You could then argue all of these people who have seen this, if they wanted to see it, would have had to pay me $5 to see it, for example. So if this got 1,000 views, you can very easily argue not just statutory damages, but actual damages. You can argue if it's got 1,000 views, they would have had to pay you $5 each. That could be $5,000 there. But for the fair use consideration, it doesn't matter at all. And it really annoys when people say it does.
Nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made.
You didn't watch
in
the
his
video. How do you know that?
I have the
That's
capacity
a very good point.
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity
So
to see
where'd
the
you get the
future?
list? Someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the
answer
video
all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
would
You're
you
like,
not
This
get
is
a
someone
list?
literally just like speaking to his audience right now. This doesn't look good at all. Fucking hell. Did he think he was going to dog walk Ethan on this?
I want to
all
watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me
Can
a
I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points,
things. So
Ethan?
I don't want to
Ethan?
get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan,
he
you
was making
consider
a good
yourself-
point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
That I
right.
didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay?
Who cannot?
So,
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible.
why did I
I
have
mean,
all-
Ethan needs to fight on that. Ethan needs to fight on that. Ethan needs to fight on that. The deplatforming label. It's just not accurate. It's just not accurate.
all the
Criticize. That's
information.
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to
have
talk
all
about
the
the content
information that
nuke,
I actually
Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, one of the
Okay,
clips.
other than Hasan, adjacent people did Ethan target? None. None, I guess.
That you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
And also, I mean, Hasan has gone on to do the very same in this argument here, so fuck! I'm so raped. I'm so raped. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go back in the VOD to find where I was. If someone can find me a timestamp of where the fuck I was, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Shelby. I already admitted I'm raped, mate, okay? I already admitted I'm raped. Don't do this to me. Okay. It should be right there. Okay. Okay. Huh. No, before then. No, no, no. Over here. Over here. Before the Dan Clancy stuff. Oh, they talk about Dan Clancy. Hello. We're back.
Text puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
I'm
Watch
so
my
good.
video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me.
That was out.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
But was that out of context?
Argument, quite literally.
Well, no, the context doesn't change it. Hasan says the text is if rapes happened on October 7th, it doesn't change it for me one iota. But that's him saying if, right? There's a qualifier there.
Why are we going over this again,
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
I want to
Do
talk
you feel
about
like that was an
else.
appropriate way to show that I was a rape
context,
denier?
bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What
It was
else
him
do you have?
defending the
I
fact that
showed
rapes
you-
happened.
Wait,
I
what do you
showed
mean? You can't
you.
just say that wasn't out of context.
How was
That
it
is
out
the
of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all the other ones?
that they might have happened
What
because
about all the
rapes
other
are
ones?
actually...
What
rapes
about all
are
the other
actually
ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace
What
in
about all the other
conflicts
clips?
in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here,
Do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long.
Wait,
That's
so-
one
so you do
example. That's
recognize
one
that
small.
was out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right. Let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it, up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want to...
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as
sorry. The usage of the term inbred. Okay, where's this going? I'm excited for this.
The usage of the term inbred.
Of course.
I use inbred as a wait, what?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it, and then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy.
The fact that he has a list but never watched it is incredibly gay. Well, he's watched other people watch it, I think. You might be able to actually stitch together like clips he's watched of Denham's, Mike from PA, Bad Empanada, all these people, you know. And you might be able to stitch it together and get Hasan to actually show he's watched the entire video. Potentially. But he's watched, I think in total, I've seen this, that he's watched more content reacting to it than the actual video length. Than the actual video length of the fucking subreddit. The video length of the actual content.
Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred.
Well, usually what we're complaining when somebody says that it's out of context is that it's like a bad faith misconstrual. Or maybe that you've just watched the clip, but you haven't actually watched the surrounding context. And if you had watched the surrounding context, you'd realize you're making a bad point. So it can either be an attack on like whether somebody's acting in good faith or on their research methods. But I don't.
Orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Oh, that's untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
Why am I smiling? Why am I laughing now?
You want to?
No!
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred, 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 inbred.
Happy birthday from Hasan. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Use it for everyone.
Do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Listen, I don't call all black people, you know, when I use the N-word, it's... I don't know if you realize this, okay? But they commit disproportionately... No.
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course, I'm calling the fucking Kahanis Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why
You're
is
being
it?
low IQ right now, Shelby. I was making a joke. Okay, I was making a joke.
That you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying.
Well, I think Hasan just uses it as an insult, right? And so yeah, there's lots and lots of footage of him calling like Jews inbred because they're usually doing something he doesn't like. They're protesting. They're settlers. They're whatever else. But he'd use the exact same thing for, I guess, right wingers.
Humanitarian aid. When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, "Oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys." You said when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands.
Let's
fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes.
Let's be real. Hasan wanted to like debate Ethan because he thinks he can dog walk him on like a one-to-one interaction.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Ethan is a good video essayist, whatever you want to say about him.
Statistically, Middle Eastern Muslims are the most likely group to be the product of first cousin interbreeding in the world. Thought stickers?
So you're saying that Hasan absolutely slandered those Jewish people. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder why they... I wonder if I... Well, people say, people talk about that we have like Muslim mass immigration here. I guess I wonder why. I've always wondered why we have, such a huge pull factor for the Muslim community around the world in the United Kingdom. Where the fuck is it? It may be an important part of their...
I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
I'd lost the thread then. I'd lost the thread.
Looks like they're doing charity or something. Looks like they've got...
Also, I've had people talk to me about this. Okay, I've had a talking to from some of my my overlords, and I have been warned that some of my edgy jokes are a little bit too too explicit, so I am trying to kind of watch my P's and Q's sometimes.
Water or box or something, like they're helping, and he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly.
You understand that, right?
Rubs off on
They're
people.
fucking Nazis,
That doesn't make
Ethan.
it
What's
any
wrong
less
with you?
Nazis.
They're participating
You're
single-handedly in a
referring
genocide.
continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a
It was
fucking
kind of funny.
crybully claiming that he was a victim.
Well, no, it's just funny because calling people in. No, that's fine.
Walking through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybully?
No, he's a crybully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
How is he bullying? Yeah. Ethan's got it. Ethan's got it.
To be a crybully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on?
I should take Nicandros's advice more often.
On an entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News?
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Nate tipped $2 through Super Chat. That's my streamer.
Thank you for the $2, Nate. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate it.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world.
I'm being rewarded for my bigotry. Let's go. Thank you, Nate. Holy shit, dude. 50 fucking gifted memberships is insane. That's insanely generous. Thank you so much. That's super fucking generous. Thank you.
World outside of how
actually, 50 fucking memberships. Hold on. Let's take a second, okay? Let's take a second. Just W Nate in the chat. W Nate in the chat. That's actually an insane amount. That's actually an insane amount. Holy shit. Thank you so much, dude. That's really, really... Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Feel slighted
so you're saying people think
an activist. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of...
Am I going to watch... Oh no, it begins. Okay, I'm going to have to mute alerts until that's done. Are you going to watch that Rose Malay Liam hit piece, or are you going to leave that for Parry to cover? I mean, to be honest, I maybe if it's got new information that might be interesting. I'll see what other people say about it. But as it stands right now, I have been burnt before. Okay, I've been burnt before by Rose Malay's videos. They unfortunately are absolute non-turn.
How you feel slighted
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Burnt. My attention span has been burnt to a fucking crisp, Shelby.
I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you. How is
you
saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back immediately.
They look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people
I literally
won't see
took
that
it back immediately.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
I mean, credit to Ethan for that. I feel like he probably has kind of room to do that because he's not a political creator. He can do that without it looking too bad.
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because I went because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were gonna fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about, you've backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that.
I mean, Hasan is doing a good debate strategy here. He's done a lot. He's kind of, to be fair, he has gish galloped, and I don't think on the material he's done very well. But he has eked out a good amount of like rhetorical kind of room on this, and then to like cap it off and say you've conceded on all these things, like tossing up his wins, and then saying maybe that's why people don't take you seriously, right?
A genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
To be fair, I mean, Hasan has made the mistake though, because he either wants to derail you either want to derail the entire thing, or you want to derail the beginning and then start, seeing how you do, and you can clip it up later. I think by doing this strategy, he's done the worst fucking thing possible, because he's engaged sincerely and lost at the beginning, and then halfway through, he's gone on and derailed and tried to make it frustrating. And that's when he's actually got some wins. And so people are going to watch the beginning, react to it. Then they're probably going to get bored at the end or towards the middle. They're never going to see the wins.
Pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's rewriting history.
I'm gonna say this very clearly.
No, it's not that you cared. It's that you fucking glazed them up.
I'm gonna say this very clearly to you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide, to implement a blockade on the Red Sea, is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel? Like fucking bravo.
That's not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned.
Oh my god. So Hasan is completely retarded on this. On the Houthi ship. So just to explain it, like the context, if people don't remember this. So the Houthis, military organization or militia organization that basically, occupy and control Yemen. They blockaded the Red Sea. And so, a lot of poor kind of like African countries couldn't get their goods. They said they were only blockading Israeli ships. Or ships owned by Israelis, or that turned out not to be true. And one of the most famous ships that they actually ended up capturing and then kidnapping the crew of, I believe it was Japanese owned and then operated by a Chinese crew. It wasn't even sailing to Israel, nor from Israel. It had no relation to Israel. The Houthis have been known for a long, long time, and this has been like wide commentary on like geopolitics, or at least politics in the region. The Houthis benefit from destabilizing the region. That's the only reason they've done it. And they've said they're going to stop. They're going to keep on blockading the Red Sea until Israel stops pursuing its war in Gaza. It's completely unrelated. They're not like a party to the conflict. And then retards in America think, yeah, fair enough, because they're like vaguely like Arab. Like, no. They live in the sand as well, I guess. It's like totally fucking retarded. They're not even, they don't even border fucking Israel-Palestine. That's why I have to take to the sea to fucking protest it.
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from India.
What do you mean?
They kidnapped five totally unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept them prisoners for a year.
In your fucking video, are you going to take that?
Hold on. They're talking about the Houthi stuff, okay? They're talking about the Houthi stuff. I've talked about this debate for a long, long time, and it looks like there's a long bit more to talk about. So this is the end of part 1.